Well, welcome everybody to the Planning Committee meeting this evening. So I'd like to welcome councillors, officers and members of the public. I want to make you all aware of the procedures that we will be following at this meeting, the Planning Committee. To ensure all those in the chamber, those joining us remotely and the public viewing at home can hear and understand proceedings, we will be using microphones and an electronic voting system. Councillors and officers are reminded that should they wish to speak on an item, they should raise their hand to indicate that wish. A list of those wishing to speak will be kept and you will be called in order by myself as chair of this meeting. When you are called to speak, please turn your microphone on, speak and then turn your microphone off once you have finished speaking. If you wish to come back on any points, you are reminded to raise your hand to indicate this wish and I will call you in at my discretion. When we are taking a vote on an item, we will use the electronic voting system. Councillors should be well versed in this, however, there is a guide available and the microphone unit will activate and the various options will pop up on the screen in front of you. Mr. Baker will explain for each item the procedure. Once a vote has been taken, the vote summary will be displayed on the screens for all those in the chamber and viewing at home to see. Housekeeping statement, the toilets are on this floor near the lifts where people came in. We're not expecting a fire drill this evening, but please leave by the nearest designated fire exit door in the chamber if an alarm sounds, and please do not use the lift. This Planning Committee meeting is a decision-making meeting of a semi-judicial nature, so please allow committee members to carry out their roles without interference. Members of the public, you must remain in the public gallery, except those registered to speak, whom I will call forward at the appropriate time. And please, no comments or clapping from the public gallery. Also, members of the public, no communication, or you may not have any communication or discussions with committee members during the meeting, and you must not attempt to pass them notes or any messages. And committee members, you should alert me to any inappropriate behaviour, and should I see any inappropriate behaviour, then I will stop the meeting and call for an explanation. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded for members of the public to view remotely. So if you do not wish to appear on camera, please leave the meeting now. Officers present this evening, we have Mr. Cole, the Assistant Director of Planning and Development to my left. And then we have individual planning officers who I will introduce for each application. On my right, we have Mr. Baker, the Principal Solicitor, and further to my left, we have Mrs. Stewart, the Democratic Services Officer. So, Mrs. Stewart, do we have any apologies or substitutions this evening?
None this evening. Full house.
Thank you very much. So, can I just declare members to declare any interest for this evening's items? So I will go around to the left. Councillor Hayes first.
Thank you, Chairman. I declare an interest on items 7B and 7C under C, as I'm a member of the Central Ashford Community Forum, but I took no action in speaking about the two planning applications.
Thank you, Councillor Hayes. Councillor McGeever.
Thank you, Chair. I have a declaration on items 7B and 7C. And in relation to the fact I'm a member of the East Kent's short-term lets task group, but this in itself is only an investigational forum and it's not decision-making, so I would like to maintain the right of taking a vote on these two items. Furthermore, item 7A, which is the application for Meadow Court, I've actually expressed views in the local press objecting to the application, and I have voiced opinions on social media to that effect. My wife is a member of Kings North Parish Council, on which the land lies, and has objected to the application on ABC Planning Portal. Furthermore, and just on the lastly, I do represent Ashford Borough Council at meetings of the River Stour Internal Drainage Board as well, but I don't feel as though that impacts as much as the latter. In summary, I request a vote on all agenda items except item 7A, where I propose to speak as a ward member, but other than that, please, that's my declaration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McGeever. Councillor Ledger.
Thank you, Chair. Also on the Kings North application 7E, represent the Borough Council on the Internal Drainage Board, who have made a comment, but I have not involvement in that whatsoever. So,
Right. Thank you, Councillor Ledger. Councillor Betty.
Thank you, Chair. In relation to agenda item 7D, which is Swanton House, as portfolio holder, I will not be debating or voting on this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Betty. Councillor Giles.
Thank you, Chair. I am a member of the Kingsnorth Parish Council. However, I do not take part in any of the planning chat. So would like to stay within.
Thank you, Councillor Giles. Thank you. Any further declarations of interest? No. Right. Thank you very much. So I'd like to invite Mrs. Stewart to explain the arrangements for public participation. Mrs. Stewart.
Thank you, Chair. At this meeting, registered public speakers have been invited either to address the committee in person or to have their speech read out by a designated council officer who is not from the planning department. On this occasion, we have 5 registered public speakers and all 5 will be reading their speeches in person.
Thank you, Mrs. Stewart. So we have the minutes of the meeting of the 17th of June 2026. So can I have an approver and a seconder for the minutes of that planning committee? So proposed, Councillor McGeever, seconder. Councillor Betty, thank you very much. All those in favour of passing the minutes, please raise your hand now and keep it raised.
That's unanimous.
Unanimous. Thank you very much. Yes, sorry, Councillor Blanford.
Could I just ask if you would be kind enough, when people are speaking, speak into their mics, because it only picks up a very short distance around it. And Mrs. Stewart, for instance, is about 3 feet from her mic.
Right.
And it's difficult to hear people unless they actually speak into it.
That's absolutely fine, Councillor Blanford. So yes, to reinforce Councillor Blanford's statement, if people could please speak clearly into their mics and in proximity to their microphones, that would be much appreciated. Thank you very much. So we now have, are there any requests for deferral or withdrawal of reports? Mr. Cole.
Chairman, no request for deferral or withdrawal this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cole. So the first item is this evening is not an application, is in fact a report, a planning enforcement report, and I believe we have Mr. Mills is going to give us a report on that. Mr. Mills.
Thank you, Chair. The Planning Enforcement Report. We're very happy to introduce the first of a series of 4 information reports to the Planning Committee. The intention is to alternate with the Planning Appeal Report, which members already regularly receive. As members will know, we have a local enforcement plan that was updated in autumn 2024, and the revised plan was effective from January 2025. A change in emphasis in the updated plan was to strongly encourage retrospective applications. This allows the community to comment on a proposal and the council to conclude on its planning acceptability. The planning enforcement team were audited over the winter period, and I'm happy to say that we were notified in February by the Mid-Kent Audit Partnership that controls within the service were well designed and operating effectively, resulting in a strong assurance rating, which was a really good result for the service and testament to the hard work of Jo Alexander, team leader, and her colleagues in particular. The report sets out how well the service is performing against the local enforcement plan in terms of how quickly we action reported breaches, visit sites, investigate and update people, conclude whether a breach has or has not occurred. The underlying principle is that planning enforcement is not intended to be punitive. Any council action must be proportionate, and a key focus must be on resolving breaches relating to planning harm. There is a role for negotiation and retrospective applications, alongside taking formal action in circumstances where we need to. It's not the purpose of the report to deal with specific cases, Chair, but if there are any questions from members, then Joe and myself are happy to take them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mills. Any particular questions from members of the committee, with the fact in mind that we're not asking about individual cases, but any questions about the overall report? No, seeing no questions. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mills, for that, and thank you. So in that case, we will move to the applications. Just a note to members of the committee and to members of the public, the running order of the last two items, that's item 4 and 5, and that is D and E, are that the land west by northwest of Meadow Court will come in position 4, so that's D, and the Swanton House application will be the last application, that will be position 5, so E basically. So just to make sure that everybody's aware, that is the running order. So land west by northwest of Meadow Court will be the 4th item, followed by Swanton House as the 5th item this evening that we're considering. So with that said, we will move to the first application this evening, which has disappeared from my running order. Right. Leverett Lane. So I've got my printout. Right, yes, sorry, it's it's the printout, so it's crossing a page. Apologies, everyone. 21 Leverett Lane, Ashford, is the first item, and to be introduced by Miss Potter. So, okay, thank you very much. You may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. The application seeks permission for the construction of garden room with incidental annex accommodation at 21 Leverett Lane, Ashford. This is the site location plan. The application site is edged in red. In terms of the wider locational context, this dwelling is located within one of the newest developments at Conningbrook Lakes. This is the satellite image, so that's the application property. This just shows gives the overall impression of the existing setup. You can see the patio, the deck, the grassed area, and the existing hot tub. This is the proposed site layout plan. The grey box shows the footprint of the proposed outbuilding. This is the floor plan, fairly straightforward. It measures 6 meters by 3.6 meters, and it would have a flat roof with 2 windows and 1 door, with no other fenestration to any of these elevations. These are some of the site photographs. It shows the existing hot tub that I just showed on the satellite image. This would be removed, and this is where the outbuilding would be sited. More pictures of the site. So moving on to the assessment of the proposal. The proposed outbuilding is considered well sited and designed, and it would not cause harm to the visual amenity of the street scene or residential amenity of the neighbouring occupants. The recommendation is therefore to approve, subject to conditions and any others that Planning Committee may wish to impose. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Ms Catchy. Is there any update report for this item? No. Thank you. So we have one public speaker this evening, Mr Grant, who is objecting. So Mr Grant, you have three minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and committee members. My name is Mark Grant, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of my family at 100 Conningbrook Avenue and other neighbours with whom we are jointly objecting to this application. Whilst we note the officer's recommendation for approval, we urge the committee to overturn it, as the written report heavily underestimates the severe permanent harm this structure will cause to our residential amenity. The applicant is proposing a substantial annex structure extending continuously for a massive 6 metres in width. Because no physical site visit was conducted, the officer's desktop assessment relies entirely on two-dimensional plans that completely miss the real-world impact. Mathematical modelling from Shadow Calculator proves that our existing 1.8 metre fence already casts a midday winter shadow of over 6 metres. If this annex is built to a standard insulated height of 2.75 metres, that midday shadow balloons to nearly 10 metres. At 9 AM, it stretches to an astonishing 25 metres. The physical reality is that this structure will encroach directly into the living room of number 100, my house, and plunge our private garden into total shadow for the entirety of the winter day. Furthermore, when looking out from our living room windows, our view of the open sky dome will be replaced by harsh, unbroken expanse of elevated wooden cladding. These factors directly violate Criterion B of Policy HOU 8 of the Ashford Local Plan, which legally mandates that developments must not cause significant harm to the residential amenity of external neighbours. This layout also directly breaches the Council's own design guidelines set out in SPG Note 9, creating an unacceptably overbearing and dominant impact. This represents a fundamentally poor design. The applicant's plot is large enough to accommodate a structure in alternative positions where it would cause zero boundary harm. Forcing a 6 metre block onto this specific line is an unnecessary choice that completely fails to respect the surrounding local amenity. Because the two-dimensional paper report cannot convey how a 25 metre shadow alters the livability of our home, we respectfully urge the committee to reject the officer's recommendation tonight. At the very least, we ask you to defer this decision for an official committee site visit, so you can stand in our garden and see this overbearing impact with your own eyes. Please protect our home and defer or refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Grant. Thank you. I understand we have no other public speakers this evening. Thank you. So, Ward Member Councillor Pawley sends her apologies. She's unwell this evening, so she will not be speaking this evening. So I'd like to open the this application to the committee. So I will, Councillor Shilton, make it either. Right, Councillor Chilton, if you'd like to start.
Thank you. Looking at the application, when I was initially reading the document, I was going along with the, well, not going along, but listening to the officer, reading the paper and thinking this was actually a sensible application. But in light of what the public speaker has just said, I hadn't even contemplated the length of the shadow that he suggests could be taking place here. So I would like us to defer this application and ask officers to go and invest. I'm not going to ask for a site visit because he doesn't want all 12 of us tramping through his garden, ruining his lovely grass. But I think we should at least get some sort of report confirming what has been said, because I think it would be a harm to the amenity if what the gentleman said is true, and that throughout the whole of the day his garden is going to be covered in shadow and potentially other areas around the house where it's going to be. So I think that's a reasonable thing to do, but just deferral, Chairman, while that's done.
So are you, Councillor Chilton, can I just confirm, are you proposing to defer at this stage, or are you?
I'm proposing we defer until we have a shadow report. I don't know what it's called, but a shadow report.
Right, okay, thank you very much. So I'll confirm that you are proposing to defer. Councillor Shilton.
It's a tongue twister for you this early in the
Yeah.
evening, isn't
Well,
it?
you're testing me, you two.
I absolutely agree with everything that Councillor Chilton has just said, and I'd like to second his motion, please. Thank you.
Right, I'm noting that you are seconding the proposal to defer. Can I just ask a question of the Ms. Catchy? In terms of the report, we heard the speakers, I think, talking about a 2.7 metre height, but looking at the report, I'm seeing it's 2.5. Can you just confirm what the actual height of the proposed thing is?
Can I share my screen, please? So, as shown on the plans, the height of the extension, the height of the outbuilding is 2.2 meters up to the eaves level, and then you've got the flat roof on top, which is about 300 mm generally. So that would be approximately 2.5 meters as stated in the report.
Right, thank you. As opposed, yeah, so 2.5 is the total height rather than the 2.7 that we
Rather
had from
than
the speaker.
the 2.7. Yeah,
Okay,
at least
thank
as
you.
shown on the plans.
Right, okay, thank you very much for clarifying that. Can I just ask you to speak around the potential impact on residential amenity, obviously because that has been raised by the speaker, and obviously that's of note to the committee. So if you could speak to that question or that item. Thank you.
Yes, please. Thank you. I'll actually try and explain as best as I can. Okay. So in terms of the overshadowing effect, now if I guess we start from the basics, north, south, east, west. So this is to the south of this garden area. This is number 100 here. So during winters, there will be a long shadow. So say if we, the speaker mentioned the fence is 1.8 meters high, and the shadow would be approximately somewhere around 6 to 6.5 meters midday. That would be the longest shadow that would be cast because of the existing fence. Now, if you imagine the fence here, so the shadow is always at an angle. So you would see an approximate shadow, an existing shadow because of the fence, which would be. Oh, my pointer's not okay. Thank you. I've been talking to myself.
Thank you.
Okay. Right. So that's the outbuilding to the south. This is the northern part of the garden area. So if you imagine the fence there, there's already going to be a shadow that would be cast, which would be approximately 6.5 meters in length or width or length. So the outbuilding, which is not the entire length of this garden area, is 2.5 meters in height, which is 0.7 above the fence. So now 0.7 meters above the fence doesn't necessarily mean the shadow would be extended twice. So now if it's 6.5, that shadow would be approximately somewhere around 9 meters. Again, it will be at an angle. It's not going to overshadow the whole garden area. So there's already some overshadowing there. There will be some further overshadowing. However, this is not going to completely overshadow the immediate area that would be used by the neighbouring occupants. So it's an unbalanced conclusion. So there will be some overshadowing, but it's for members to reach a decision whether they consider that to be adequate to warrant a refusal on that basis.
Okay, no, that does clarify things somewhat. And obviously, as the sun swings round during the day, that shadow will move. It's a partial length shadow. Yeah, thank you very much for that. Councillor McGeever, I think you were next.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for that information on the idea of the shadow. Could we put the slide back up again, please? Because just to remind members where north is in relation to the structure, please, and then east. So is 110 or is it 100? 100?
Number 100.
Yeah, number 100 is north of the structure.
It's north of the structure.
Right, therefore, if the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, in a winter aspect, you know, not cutting out a very high profile, there would be more shadow on either side, east and west, than there would be north. So I would suggest that maybe the impact of that is probably less than what we suspect. In saying that, with confidence, that isn't in the report. Is it in the report?
No, it isn't. It isn't. This...
Right.
Apologies. No, what I explained isn't in the officer report. But on the basis of what I've just heard from the speaker, if we were to make assumptions and assume that that would be the extent of the length of the shadow, it would, you know, it would still not cover the entire area of that private amenity area for number 100. And again, you know, they've got a clear side on the west, so they would receive sufficient sunlight from the west. There will be, like I said, some overshadowing, but that would not be so significant to warrant a refusal.
Right. I think under those circumstances, I would be prepared to say that maybe deferral in this case wasn't appropriate, because I can clearly see that the impact of the sun against the proposed construction isn't going to impact to any high degree of inconvenience the residents who live in 100, and therefore I would propose that we accept the application on its merit and that explanation that you've given, because I can see clearly from the plan that this isn't the case of a shadow survey situation. It's more one of clarifying the detail in the report. So could I motion, Chair, that we have a second motion to accept the proposal? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGeever. So I'll note that you are proposing to approve in line with the officer's recommendations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGeever. Councillor Giles.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I am slightly concerned about the position of where the shower toilet area is, because it backs onto the neighbour's garden. I suppose my question is when that's flushed, does that go into the cesspit area that's already in the property? I think I saw one in the grass area. Or will that go into like the neighbour's area? Will it go into the properties area? Right.
Sorry, can I ask you to put your microphone on just so that everybody can hear your response?
The other thing I was going to ask and query is it's more the visual aspect of it, because if you look at what's proposed, it doesn't match kind of the feeling of everything else that's been built around it. If you look at all the garages, it's all got the orange roofing on top of it. You can't see anything similar to that. Is there an impact in terms of that? Would that be a consideration?
Thank you, Councillor Giles. Ms. Catchin, can you answer? Yeah, can you answer that both questions as well? So people may not have heard your first answer, I think, or your first response. Yeah, which is the drainage? Yeah, thank you.
In terms of the foul drainage, it would be connected to the existing property, and in terms of visual amenity impact, that is one of the material planning considerations. So we have to consider whether this causes harm from the public vantage point. Does it cause harm to the street scene, or is it so poorly designed that it would cause harm to the overall character of the host property and the neighbouring properties? But this is a fairly standard flat roofed extension or flat roofed outbuilding, so there isn't anything special about this. So I wouldn't say this is high quality design. It's just an outbuilding, and they've tried to keep the height as low as possible so that they could avoid any other amenity impacts for the neighbours. So in conclusion, on balance, this would not cause harm to the visual amenity of the area.
Thank you. Just one more question. Sorry, it's one thing that's picked up from Kennington Town Council, which talk about a breach of the covenant of Collingwood Lakes. Do we know what that covenant is? What it entails?
The thing about covenants is that is a parallel stream to what we're looking at here in the planning committee. So although there is a covenant, that will be something that they would have to address themselves on in a separate stream of activity. So that's not a material consideration for us in the planning committee. But you're right to point that out. But that is a separate consideration. Councillor Roden.
Thank you, Chair. For clarification, more than anything, we've talked about.
Sorry, could you
sorry,
speak a bit
yes,
nearer to your
speaking,
microphone? Yes,
speaking in.
Sorry, I know you're in proximity to Councillor Bamford, but I think.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We've spoken about the long winter shadow of 6 to 6.5 metres, plus another 0.7 metres, which might take it to 9 metres. What I'm a little bit unsure of is how much distance is there actually from the fence that it butts on to the home 100, because I think I can empathise with winters where you have very little natural light, and I'm not suggesting for 1 minute it obscures light altogether, but if you've got very little garden except for a couple of metres, I've no idea how much distance. It's a very dull garden in the winter, and the neighbour made another point, which is perhaps not something we can't deal with today, but mentioned that there might be other options in terms of possibilities that the applicants could move the building somewhere to give less obscurity or problems, really. Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. In relation to your second question about is the possibility of moving it somewhere else, obviously as a planning committee we've got to judge this on what we've got in front of us and make our decisions on that. So of course it would be possible to move it somewhere else, but that's not what we're being presented with this evening, and that's not something we can ask the applicant to do. But certainly if I could pass your first question on to Ms. Catchy.
Can I share my screen, please? Thank you. So in terms of the length of the shadow, if we were to consider that it overshadowed the whole part of this area, this is what this is likely to look like. And this is excluding the fence. So I would urge members that we just consider the extent of overshadowing that would be caused because of the dwelling. But then we've also got to remember that they can get sufficient sunlight from the west. So yes, there will be some overshadowing, but that would be limited.
Can I just clarify? And this is sort of midwinter or winter time.
Yes, midday.
So
that would be the
extreme.
Yes, it wouldn't be across the entire day.
Yeah,
yeah.
And it moving obviously
yes.
during the day as the sun moves. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Roden, does that answer your question more or less, or is... Sorry, Mike.
I wondered if we might have meterage really, so that I could understand where the 6 metres goes and then where the 9 metres goes, and so that I can visualise it more.
Understood. Ms. Catchy, is that possible? I know that we know that the length of the outbuilding, or the width of it is 6 metres, but is there any way of just illustrating the distance from that back of that outbuilding to the house?
This is approximately the length of this garden. If this was 3.6 meters, then that is approximately 8 meters in length.
Right, thank you. Okay, so yeah, I think that's a good estimate. Thank you. Yes, sorry, Councillor Betty. I believe you are, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Again, it's just another point of clarification in terms of what is actually a material consideration here. Now, if there was a shadow being cast over the window to a habitable room, then I could see that being a major issue. If in planning terms, how significant is shadow being cast over a garden or adjoining land? rather than against a habitable room. Could we just have some clarification on how material this is in actual planning terms, if I could please, Chair?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
That's a very good question. Yes, Ms. Catchy.
That is a very valid point. Yes. Well, if a habitable room had been overshadowed or there was a loss of light, then that would result in unacceptable harm. What we are discussing here is the extent of overshadowing rather than direct loss of sunlight. There isn't going to be a direct loss of sunlight. That is very different from the overshadowing issue. Overshadowing is also one of the material considerations and one of the aspects within residential amenity impacts, but it's how significant this is. If this was a really relatively narrow garden area, then we would be the impacts of how severe this overshadowing would be. It would be different on the scale of 1 to 10. Where would that severity be? But this is a fairly wide garden area. You know, there will be some overshadowing. However, how harmful is this? Is a matter of judgment.
Thank you, Ms. Catchy. Councillor Betty, does that answer your question? Or would you like to?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. That was very useful. I'd like to thank the officer for that excellent clarification. On that case, I would like to second Councillor McGeever's proposal to approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Betty. So I've noted that you are seconding the motion and a motion to approve the application in line with the planning officer's recommendation to permit. Any other? Yes, Councillor Mulholland.
Right, I hope this is close enough. Chair, to shadow or not to shadow, that is the question. I agree with Councillor Chilton on this occasion. I do believe that a deferral for a proper independent, and I stress independent report is done on this issue, because we could debate this for a very long time and not get anywhere. So I'll be voting for deferral and an independent report on the issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mulholland, not least for your reinterpretation of one of the Bard's works. Before I come to Councillor Blandford, I understand that Mr. Cole would like to say something. Mr. Cole.
Chair, thank you. And perhaps if I could yet again impose on the site plan being shown for members. Chair, where we were, preferably, there we are. Thank you very much. Yes, the point I was going to raise, and in relation to the motion to defer, 2 points really, I guess I would ask members to consider. The first one, in terms of the potential overshadowing of the proposal in front of committee this evening, and it has, I know, been referred to as the winter time only, which perhaps first begs the question, perhaps if there is to be a deferral, the only time a very accurate assessment may actually be taken of how much shadowing might be taken is indeed in the winter. I don't know, I'm not a shadow expert, but it would seem to me as though that would be the appropriate time of year to carry out such an assessment. And of course, this is July, so that might be quite a long deferral. But secondly, Chair, I also wonder whether that would need to be considered alongside the shadowing cast by the dwelling itself, number 21 Leverett Lane, which, as members can see, sits very close by to the proposed outbuilding, and at a rough guess is probably at least two times, but arguably 3 times higher than the proposed outbuilding. It seems to me as though it's inevitable that the dwelling itself is going to be casting some sort of shadow, and arguably a more significant one, potentially at all times of the year, let alone during the winter. I don't know. I don't have a report that tells me that, but my assumption would be is that that is potentially the case. So perhaps I would ask members to consider actually what the current situation is in respect of the dwelling and the impact of the dwelling itself on shadowing to the properties, and I think plural is probably appropriate to the north, but perhaps particularly on number 100, against the potential additional, because it would need to be additional overshadowing impact created by the proposal in front of the committee this evening. Chair, I say no more than that. I just put those out as matters for members to consider.
Okay, thank you. That's very, very useful, actually. Just a question in terms of the assessment at a certain time of year. I think the speaker mentioned a certain bit of software, sunlight and shadowing, light software. And presumably it can be done in terms of software estimation of that impact, and therefore reported as such.
So, Chair, my colleagues indicate that is possible, and obviously it is the track of the sun. The sun doesn't stay in one particular place at any one point in time, and as we've discussed, it will move from east and set in the west. And if that can be done through the appropriate software, then obviously that is an opportunity to do that rather than wait 6 months and see what it's like.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that clarification. Councillor Blanford.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Cole said just about what I was going to say. The sun in the summer is high in the sky, and therefore the shadow cast will be foreshortened. It's not sitting directly behind the garden room, throwing the maximum shadow into the next garden. And in the winter, the sun may be lower, but there's less sun anyway, and your garden is more likely to be shaded during that period. So I think we're exaggerating the amount of shadow that's going to be cast into the neighbour's garden, because we're not taking into account the height of the sun and the foreshortening of the shadow.
Thank you, Councillor Blanford. Thank you. Any other councillors wishing to speak on this application? Just looking around. No? Right. Thank you very much. So we have two motions this evening, and I will ask Mr. Baker to clarify and explain the procedures that we'll be following. Mr. Baker.
Thank you, Chairman. The procedure will be we will take the vote on the motion that was seconded first. If that motion passes, then we won't need to consider the second motion at all. If that motion falls, we will move on to the second motion that was seconded, and we will vote on that. So the first motion that was seconded was Councillor Chiltern's motion, seconded by Councillor Shilton, which was to defer this application. I believe Councillor Chiltern actually said for an officer site visit and a shadow report to be provided, but I don't think he pressed the site visit point, so I think everybody has then coalesced around the fact that there will be a shadow report provided, and that is the reason for the deferral. Councillor Chiltern is nodding. Thank you very much.
Can I just confirm with Councillor Chiltern that Mr. Baker's memory is correct?
Yes,
I'm
just
not
to
sure, is that
report on the
correct?
shadow. That's all we want.
Just to report on the shadow, not an officer visit. Good. Yeah, I thought there was a slight difference there. So just to report on the shadow. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Baker, continue.
That was seconded, Chairman, by Councillor Shilton. So we'll take the vote on that first. When the voting opens, would members please press the buttons on their side of the screen? If you agree that the application should be deferred for a shadow report to be provided, please press plus. If you do not agree that there should be a deferral, or you want us to move on to the next motion, please press minus for this motion. Or if you wish to abstain, please press X. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I think we've got one more councillor to vote. Can we just check that we've got it? Right, thank you very much. So we have an equal number of votes for each one. So it's casting vote would be mine in that circumstance, I believe. Is that correct?
Indeed, Chair. You have a casting vote to decide whether this application should be deferred or not.
Right. In that case, my vote was that it shouldn't be deferred. So that vote falls with my casting vote. So that means we need.
In that case, that motion falls, is defeated, and we'll move on to the other motion that was moved and seconded, which was to approve the officer's recommendation. That's set out on pages 29 and 30 of your agenda, together with the conditions that would be applied. And unless there's any further contribution or questions from members, there's no reason why we shouldn't move straight to the vote on that, Chairman.
Any other contributions at this stage before we move on to that vote from members? No.
Okay, well, when the voting opens, members who wish planning permission to be granted, as recommended by the officers, please press plus. Members who do not wish planning permission to be granted, please press minus. Anyone abstaining, please press X. Thank you.
We have one more member. We have one more member to vote. So members, please check that they've registered a vote. Thank you very much. Right, we now have all 14 votes, and we have that motion has received 7 votes against, 6 in favour, and 1 abstention. So, Mr. Baker, if you could clarify what happens in that situation. Be
Well,
most
Chairman,
welcome.
that
has
that
fallen,
motion
I should
also
say.
falls.
Yes.
So the committee has not yet made a decision on this application. It may be that members consider that some further discussion is required, or some further planning condition is required. If the committee is unable to make a decision, then it will fall by default, and we'll have to come back to it at a future meeting. But it may be that a member wishes to put forward an alternative motion. Did I see a member indicate?
We did. We saw.
Chairman, can I just ask the officer's advice? Once a motion has been defeated, can it be re-put?
The motion to approve, Chairman, in line with the officer's recommendation, has already been called and has been voted down. But there could be a different motion to approve on slightly different terms if members were particularly concerned about something. I don't know whether that is the cause of the reason for the motion being voted down or not.
Chairman, in that case, we have spent nearly an hour on. I know it's a very important application to residents in the immediate area, but it is, in the grand scheme of things, a very small application. There have been more members of this committee that have voted to reject granting permission, and so I think it's quite clear that there is a comfortable majority against giving permission. I think it would, in light of that, be sensible to go back to my original proposal, which would not refuse permission, but would simply clarify one point on the shadow, and we can receive this back in a month. Rather than us going around the houses on this and not having a decision made, I'd urge members just to, come together and do that, and we can move on and get this committee finishing its business. It's just common sense. So I'm re-proposing we defer, get this shadow report. Johnny, you can chip in a minute if you want to second this to get it going again, and then we come back in a month or 2 or whenever it is and just make a decision then, because at the moment we're between a rock and a hard place and it's daft.
Thank you, Councillor Chilton. I will confer, obviously, with Mr. Baker, because we have both motions have been proposed and then defeated, of course. So we'll need to clarify point of order, really, in terms of the procedure. Mr. Baker, if you could clarify it, because what Councillor Chilton appears to be saying is to represent his motion, unless it's substantially different. I'm not sure how that's going to work, but if you could clarify the situation.
Indeed, Chairman, it's probably best if I just explain that just as we can't take the same motion to permit on exactly the same terms again, because that fell foul of the committee's will, the previous motion to defer for a shadow report was not supported by the committee. It cannot be moved again in that form.
I would
But
like
if
to add a
another member
site
wishes
visit.
to speak and to move a different deferral or a different motion, that's absolutely fine. I did see Councillor
I will come back to you, Councillor
Harman
Shilton, just
indicating,
because, and Councillor Shilton, because I saw Councillor Harman. So Councillor Harman first, and I'll come back to you, and then Councillor.
I have a question for the officers. I'd like to know whether there was any discussions with the applicant about the siting, or was the application to put in this location just accepted in that form? I can totally empathise with the applicant for the reason why they want to do this, having been a dementia carer myself at home. I can also see the logic that they have a hot tub, therefore a base, and therefore they may have just looked at that one location. However, it looks from the layout that there is a location in that garden that is adjacent and backs up to a garage, and therefore would not cause the issues that are currently being discussed. So I too am in favour of deferring this application. I think it's taking a lot of time over a very small application. I think that there needs to be further discussion. I also think that this shadow report, it's not just the building that we're looking at, the building that is being in the application. It is the light in those gardens, because it seems to me that there is light deprivation in those gardens during the winter anyway. So if you do the shadow report, it needs to be including the buildings that are, and the current fence. So the 1.8 metres versus the 2.5 metres, what difference would it make? But there seems to me that's, you know, that a simple conversation about whether a different application could be considered at all would maybe be a more sensible route.
Right. I'm coming to Councillor Chilton next.
I believe, Chairman, that what Councillor Harman has just said, which includes not just a shadow report but a light report, is a different motion to what I put in the beginning.
Correct.
And so I would like to have a light report and a shadow report on this garden. And on that basis, I would like to defer. And I want everyone to vote for it so we can move this on.
Just before you disappear from your microphone, two different things would constitute something different. So a deferral on the basis of an officer visit or an officer discussion and a shadow light report gives you two things, which thus creates a different grounds for a different deferral. So that would do the job.
Lovely.
So if you're happy with that, Councillor Chilton. Councillor Shilton.
I'm delighted. I'm happy to second again Councillor Chilton's motion.
Right, with these different
caveats. Yeah,
caveats for the deferral. Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Ms. Catchy, can I come to you because I could see you want to speak?
I had a question, Chairman. Sorry. I think Councillor Harman mentioned that she wanted officers to have a discussion with the applicant in respect of the siting of that structure and whether there was any scope to move that structure around within the garden to reduce these impacts. Whether
yes, I did hear her say that. Obviously,
yes,
that's
because you did
up
not
to the applicant,
mention it.
completely up to the applicant. But it's yes, you're right. So, Yeah, that is possible to include in the deferral. So I'm happy. Councillor Chiltern, are you happy for that to be included also in this discussion? Obviously, it's not compulsory for the applicant to have to move it. It's up to them. Councillor Chiltern, yeah, good. Okay, I think we've ended up with a different type of deferral. So I'm happy to move that to a vote, unless any other councillors wish to question or raise any other points. No, I'm not seeing. That's good. Right. Okay. So we will move to a vote on a deferral on that different set of basis. So, Mr. Baker, if you could clarify what we have before us to vote on, and then we can move to a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I took it that Councillor Harman was actually moving the motion that it will be deferred for a discussion with the applicant about potential relocation and for the provision of a shadow report. I think it's clear from the advice your planning officers have given you earlier on that a shadow report would include comparison of the existing light situation as a result of fences and garages and existing dwellings that are already there. I don't think one can have a robust professional shadow report starting from a green field, because it isn't a green field, it's the middle of a housing estate. So I think that was already covered. So I take it from Councillor Harman's motion that the deferral now is for a shadow report and for an officer discussion with the applicant about the potential for relocation. Councillor Harman's nodding. On that basis, I assumed that Councillor Chiltern was seconding that, and Councillor Chiltern was trying to honourably third it. So,
well, I'm happy.
We
with
have
that.
a motion.
I'm happy with that summary of the motion. Councillor Chiltern, you're happy to second that motion. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So we can take that motion to
Absolutely.
the vote, Chairman. Members who wish the application to be deferred for those two reasons, when the voting opens, please press plus. If you do not wish it to be deferred, please press minus or X to abstain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members of the committee. We now have the results of that vote, which is 13 in favour of deferral on those conditions and 1 against. So that motion to defer is carried. Thank you very much. And we'll move on to our second item. Thank you, everybody.
Let's give the officers a chance to swap
Yeah, I'll
over.
give the officers a chance to swap over. Right, thank you very much, everybody. We're now moving on to our second application, which is for the former Ashford Post Office, Tufton Street, and we have Mr. Peel to give a presentation. Mr. Peel, are you ready to give a presentation?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Chair. Okay, good evening, members. As you can see from the description on the screen, this is an application that relates to the former Ashford Post Office in Tufton Street within the town, and it's for the proposed change of use from commercial post office to provide a ground floor commercial unit, multi-occupancy HMO residential use split into 4 different units, and a second floor extension to the rear of the site to facilitate some of that. You'll see from the application reference number that the application was submitted in 2021, so it has been with the council for approximately 5 years now. The reason for this is that the development is required to satisfy and meet nutrient neutrality, and the applicant is currently seeking to acquire off-site credits to provide the relevant mitigation. So this slide shows the application site edged in red and fronting Tufton Street at the entrance to the County Square shopping centre. So the site lies within the heart of the town centre and within the Ashford Town Conservation Area. A lot of you will probably be aware that the post office has been empty for some time, and that's been actually approximately 7 years now. This just shows an aerial photograph, again just putting the site, which is outlined in red, in context of the High Street and surrounding roads of Bank Street and North Street, and also the relationship to County Square shopping centre. This slide shows the proposed block plan. So in terms of, try and get my laser pointer to work, be a challenge. Yes, so this shows the proposed block plan, the second storey extension that I referred to, and that's in the description, is in this area here. In terms of the layout, you have a courtyard here, which provides external amenity space. There's also proposed to be a first floor terrace in this location, again to provide external amenity space. And on the second floor, with the new extension, there'll be a small terrace here that will provide outside space for 3 of the bedrooms. It's proposed to provide 34 covered cycle stores here, and refuse collection and storage will be to the rear here, in an enclosed refuse storage point, which will be accessed by the service yard at the back from Bank Street. There will be 2 entrances to the site. One will be the existing entrance to the building as it stands at present, and one will be a key-coded gated entrance into the courtyard. Okay, this slide shows some of the floor plans. So we have the ground floor plan and a small basement area. The grey area is the main commercial unit to be provided, and that will be fronting Tufton Street to maintain an active frontage with the street. The red area is shown as a smaller possible commercial area that might be ancillary to the main office, or it could be used in connection with the HMO for potentially a small business, home working, or those sort of activities. The purple area is proposed to be Unit 2 of the HMO accommodation, and that will contain 11 ensuite bedrooms along with a large communal living, kitchen and dining area, which is in that location. It will also have a laundry room, and it will have access to external amenity space in the courtyard area, as I mentioned earlier. This slide shows the first and second floor plans. So the slide on the left is the first floor, and the blue area is Unit 3, and that contains 7 ensuite bedrooms along with the communal area that I described for Unit 2 and the laundry room. The beige area is Unit 4, which again has 7 ensuite bedrooms, a communal area, laundry room, and this unit also has access to the terrace here to provide some external amenity space. The drawing on the right, this is the final unit that's to be provided, and this will be primarily within the new extension proposed at the second floor, which will cover this area here. And that will comprise 8 ensuite bedrooms, again with the communal living, kitchen and dining areas and laundry room. And as I mentioned, there's access out from 3 of the bedrooms to a small terrace to provide some external amenity area in that location. So in total, 33 ensuite bedrooms are proposed, and they're proposed to be single occupancy. And they'll be split, as I've explained, between 4 self-contained units. By splitting this into separate units, it avoids the provision of a large institutional type of development and promotes smaller communal living where occupants interact on a smaller scale and essentially are forming more of a household, particularly in respect of the 7 and 8 bedroom units. These drawings just show the proposed elevations. So the drawing on the left is the front elevation. That will remain unchanged, save a new access gate to the courtyard. And that's the key elevation fronting Tufton Street in the conservation area. And the drawing on the right is the proposed rear elevation, and the only changes to that will be the upgrading of the windows and the provision of a new gated area here, which will provide access to the refuse storage area. Just a couple of more proposed drawings. One on the left shows the side elevation of the building when viewed from the courtyard, and clearly shows the second floor extension I was referring to here, along with its external amenity space. And the drawing to the right is a sectional view taken from the courtyard looking towards the rear of the building, and showing a new internal stairwell serving a couple of the units by means of a small extension. And just some photographs to put everything in context. So the photograph on the left is the principal elevation of the post office building that fronts onto Tufton Street and adjacent to County Square. The building itself is a non-designated heritage asset, being of architectural interest and making a positive contribution to the character and appearance of the conservation area. The building itself was purpose-built for the post office and dates to approximately 1920. It was then, as you'll see from the next photos, considerably extended with more modern additions to the rear, but then not readily visible from the conservation area. So this shows some of the photographs from within the courtyard. The one on the left looking towards the rear, with the existing fire escape to be removed and a new internal stairwell to be provided in an extension. And the photograph on the right is looking back towards Tufton Street across the courtyard area. These photographs, the one on the left shows the access into the service area from Bank Street, and that will be for refuse collection, deliveries, etc. And the photograph on the right shows the rear elevation of the building from the service yard. And the final slide is taken from the applicant's design and access statement. It's proposed that the HMO will be run by a company known as Rooms in Kent, and this is an example of some of the accommodation that they provide in other HMOs that they run. They have confirmed that the occupants will benefit from a cleaning service for the communal areas. Wi-Fi will be provided to all areas. A laundry service and prompt maintenance will be provided, and there'll also be external CCTV and secure key-coded entrances. So that is the end of the presentation. In terms of updates, I'll refer to the update report, which just gives some clarification on applicant and agent and refers to the actual businesses rather than individual, a more technical point. There are a few other updates that aren't in the report. So since the update report was published, I have received a representation from the KCC councillor for Ashford Central, who's Pamela Williams. And to summarise her comments, she has stated that she does object to the application, but also at the same time does recognise the importance of bringing vacant buildings back into use and increasing housing provision. She does, however, have concerns that this proposal represents an over-intensive form of development in a prominent town centre location. She raises in particular concerns about the adequacy of access arrangements, the provision for refuse and recycling storage, and ongoing management of waste collection. She states that these can have a significant impact on the amenity of neighbouring occupiers and the wider street scene, and that she's increasingly concerned about cumulative impact of HMO developments within central Ashford. She believes that the Planning Committee should carefully consider whether this proposal would constitute an over-concentration of HMO accommodation in the town centre and whether it would provide satisfactory living environment for future occupants. She concludes by respectfully requesting the Planning Committee refuses this application, or at the very least seeks further assurances that the concerns regarding access, servicing and waste management and the cumulative impact on the local area has been fully addressed. I will just add, as I would have done in an update report, just an officer comment to address some of that, if I may, at this point. That waste collection will be carried out in accordance with Ashford Borough Council's waste collection services, and environmental services have stated that they are happy with the access arrangements and bin storage facilities. That will be in an enclosed area in an enclosed bin store. As I say, Environmental Health have raised no objection to this, as it meets standards, and servicing to the rear is as per existing bin collection. Nearly there, promise. I would ask if the Planning Committee are minded to approve that 2 further conditions can be added, and they relate to sorry, I'll just I'm back. Sorry, my laser pen was stopping me for some reason moving through this. So 2 additional conditions are proposed to deal with noise transmission between the commercial use proposed on the ground floor and the HMO accommodation, and a second one relating to noise transition from any external plant and equipment. And with those in place, environmental protection have no objection. And finally, you'll be glad to know, I have seen the letter that was circulated to all of the members of the Planning Committee by email on the 20th of July from the planning agent. And I want to give the committee my reassurance that I've read this letter carefully, and it raises no additional matters that have not already been set out in the report or already been considered fully by your officers. And thank you, Chair. That is the end of the presentation and updates.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peel. Just to make the committee aware that Councillor Williams is the representative of KCC Central. Central. This application is not in Central; it is actually in South, through a quirk of the boundaries, which I know certain councillors will know well. So just I mean, obviously she's entitled to put her opinion in, but just to make people aware, she is not actually the representative of the area for which she's just commented. So just to add that in. It's a bit of an unusual situation, but anyway, we have 2 members of the public wishing to speak. First is applicant in support, Mr. Rose. So if I could ask Mr. Rose to come to the microphone. Mr. Rose, you have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Chair, just checking that you can hear me okay.
Absolutely fine, Mr. Rose. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening, members. My name is John Rose, one of the directors of the applicant. This application represents an opportunity to sensitively regenerate one of Ashford Town Centre's most prominent vacant buildings, which the council has rightly identified as making a positive contribution to the conservation area as a non-designated heritage asset. The former post office has now stood empty for over 7 years. Each year, without investment, increases the risk of deterioration of the building. This proposal will secure its long-term future. Both national and local policy recognise the importance of bringing people back into town centres to maintain their vitality and viability. The site is in a highly sustainable and accessible location within easy walking distance of shops, employment and public transport, including the International Railway Station, meaning there will be little to no reliance on private cars for occupants to get around. With 16 years of experience of providing high-quality shared living accommodation, we have found that town centre locations such as this attract carless tenants for the mere fact that all amenities are on the doorstep. Occupants of the proposal will actively support local shops, cafes and services throughout the day and into the evening, as they often work different shift patterns, increasing footfall and importantly helping to sustain local businesses. The officer report clearly recognises the commercial realities of the site in respect of the lack of need for larger commercial buildings in the town centre. The proposal will deliver appropriate mixed-use development with a smaller commercial unit at ground level, which provides a far more realistic opportunity of occupation for a local business, together with residential elements, whilst contributing positively to the active frontage of the street. In relation to concerns over the HMO use, this will be restricted by condition to a maximum of 33 occupants, 1 per proposed room. Each unit includes large ensuite bedrooms with spacious shared kitchens and communal areas. The proposal will provide a dedicated service and laundry area, refuse and recycling store, secure storage for up to 34 bikes and a landscape terrace area for occupants to enjoy. The proposal delivers high quality accommodation for single professionals and key workers. Furthermore, to ensure that there will be no unacceptable impacts on neighbouring amenity or character of the area, the proposal will be managed and maintained by my business, Rooms in Kent, a professional and highly experienced team who have operated in Ashford for over 16 years, currently managing over 170 rooms. We are well known to Ashford's HMO licensing team, with whom we have built a great working relationship over that period, and they can certainly vouch for the quality of the accommodation and its ongoing management. Finally, whilst nutrient neutrality matters have frustratingly delayed this application since late 2021, as there has not been a scheme.
Sorry, you've had your 3 minutes. Thank you very much,
no worries.
Mr. Rose. Thank you for your contribution. Now I'd like to call on Mr. Seeger, please. Mr. Seeger. Mr. Seeger, you also have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, councillors. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Central Community Forum tonight. This first surfaced in 2021, as you know. My predecessors on the forum had concerns about this at the time. There was various issues that I was concerned about. I think one of them was the potential for antisocial behaviour. Anyway, moving on where we are now. It is now the policy of the Central Forum to consider these HMO applications in with others in close proximity to the application for the reasons of the possibility of overcrowding, parking issues and the potential for antisocial behaviour. Now in this particular application we've got to consider just over the road in 5 Bank Street there's been permission now to convert the old Girling solicitors' offices to 6-number flats, and then across the yard, the other side of the courtyard that the post office exits out onto, there's an application in now to convert the top 2 floors of what is 89 and 91 High Street, which is the building that contains the Starbucks coffee shop, and that is to convert the top 2 floors of that building into 3-number 2-bedroom flats. So there is a potential now for quite an increase in residents in this quite small area. We assume that some of these are going to want to have motor cars. The question of parking in the town centre has come up several times, I know from our council friend here, Suddles. So the nearest parking is going to be quite a considerable way away. Another thing we have to think about now is we're in the world of fast food and Amazon parcel deliveries. And this is going to be inside the gate in Bank Street. So once the delivery vehicles are inside this area, the only exit is through the High Street and down into North Street and away that way. So it's going to create a considerable increase in traffic into the pedestrianised areas in the town centre. And lastly, our main concern is we know historically that these quite large HMO complexes effectively they're unable to effectively manage household waste collections and segregate waste. And what I've seen of this application from the previous drawings, it's just going to rely on the normal large commercial bins where everything is all tipped in together, including food waste, and that goes against Ashford Council's policy now of trying to recycle as much household waste as they can. So taking all these into consideration, unless some of these issues are resolved, it's still the position of the Central Forum to oppose and object to this application.
Thank you, Mr. Seeger. Thank you for your contribution. We now come to the ward members. We have one of our 2 ward members for Victoria present, I believe, Mr. Charles Suddles. Councillor Charles Sullard. Just to remind councillors that are ward members that give speeches, if we can obviously respect the time of the committee and members of the public. So if you're able to speak to your issues in a sort of concise manner, that would be much appreciated. But that said, Councillor Sullard.
I'd like to believe that I was always concise in what I
quite
say.
frequently are, Councillor Sullard. So
that I'm not one of the most verbose in the council.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I would urge the council to reject this application. Let's be quite clear about this. What we're talking about here is the old post office in Tufton Street, Ashford. We're talking about 33 adults, 33 households living in this particular area, 33 people of working age who are going to require transport to get to work. And contrary to what I believe the company says, most people in Ashford, because of the nature of the bus service, etc., and transport, or a large number of these people will want to have cars. Under the current situation, they will not be able to get a parking permit to park in the town. So where they're going to, so they will be disadvantaged in that regard to start with. And there is no, and at the moment the parking plan does not, the Ashford parking plan does not include any innovative provisions in that regard. So they will be unable. Many of them will be unable to get to work because they won't be able to get a car and they won't be able to go to work. As I say, 33 individuals. And I believe that this will affect the noise and disturbance in the area, that the highway safety arising from insufficient on-site parking is affected, that the visual, the amenity, that I just believe that it will be a complete lack of amenity for the individuals involved. The other question, I think, which is alluded to, and although they say about waste, apparently what I understand is that the management companies are not obliged to segregate waste with regard to waste collection, and therefore there is a problem with waste, which is unique, I believe, to HMOs. I may stand corrected on that. On that basis, I would seriously urge the committee to reject this application in its current form. And with that, I pass it over for your consideration. Thank you, and thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Councillor Sullard. Before I open it up to the committee, I just wanted to ask Mr. Peel a question, or two questions actually, brief questions. On the amenity issue that's been raised by Councillor Sullard, it's my understanding from the report that the space standards are actually sort of exceed the space standards that are expected. So actually the amenity in terms of the facilities are actually perhaps slightly superior to the minimum. In terms of the type of application we have, the waste was the other question that came up. If we could have a bit of clarity around the sort of waste aspects in terms of the material planning considerations for the committee, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. You're absolutely right. In terms of amenity for future residents, the space standards that we have as a council don't specifically cover HMOs, but they are covered by housing licensing. All HMOs have to be above, with 5 occupants or more, have to be licensed, and all rooms exceed what is required by licensing in terms of size, ventilation, light, so on and so forth. I have discussed it with my colleagues in licensing, and they are very happy at this stage, having looked at the plans, that they would provide a license for this. In terms of waste, I note the comments of the ward member, and sometimes waste can be an issue. Normally, I won't say always, but normally maybe in residential areas, in dwellings that have been turned into perhaps smaller HMOs where there's less ownership of gardens, bins, etc., and that can cause amenity problems. Like I say, it's in the minority of the cases. Less of an issue in the town centre because you don't have the garden areas. This scheme has a dedicated waste area enclosed that will be managed and has all of the required bins for recycling and general waste. And I have consulted with our environmental services section, we actually negotiated an increase in bin storage to meet requirements, and the applicants have satisfied that. So in terms of waste, it's probably, certainly in my view, not an issue that can be sometimes associated with HMOs, maybe in residential areas. If I can maybe touch on the parking briefly as well, because that was mentioned. In a town centre location such as this, inevitably most properties will not have parking. So flats above shops almost certainly won't have parking. Development plan policy and government guidance very much in the MPPF very strongly encourages residential developments in town centres, and that's primarily for increased footfall, supporting amenities, the very sustainable location of the development, and also the significant contribution they make to the evening nighttime economy, vibrancy and vitality of town centres. And you often will not get parking, but there are sustainable alternatives. You can walk to nearly all amenities you need. The applicant's providing cycle parking at 1 bicycle per unit. So in terms of parking, it's not an unusual situation, and also people are going to be renting these knowing that there's no parking. If they want to have a car and a car parking space, then they wouldn't be renting one of these units. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Peel. Yes, that's very, very informative. Councillor Hayes.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I think this application is absolutely horrendous. When you consider what you could build there, which would be far more desirable, but I know that's not what we're discussing. I think this is the worst possible option to utilise this building, despite what's been said this evening. And generally speaking, it's part of what we're doing to Ashford. It's in decline with applications of this nature. I've nothing against HMOs, but to put 33 in this space, 33 rabbit hutches, I know they pass the space standards and all that we've heard from the officers, but 33 in this position, this location, is totally undesirable for the centre of Ashford, and I don't think it is sustainable at all. The car parking is an issue. I'm sure no one believes in this room that someone or a number of people that occupy these rooms will have cars, because they will. Despite knowing it, people still have a car. I just think I think the waste could be a problem at the back. There could be a lot of antisocial behaviour. It's never ending, and it's going on in all the parts of Ashford. And together with what we've done to Park Mall is a demolition site, a bomb site for the next God knows how long. I just worry about the centre of Ashford, and this is just rubbing salt into the wounds. I could talk for hours on this, Chair, but I won't, because a lot of people want to say, but I'm very happy to propose that we reject this application.
Thank you, Councillor Hayes. So I've noted that you are proposing to refuse the application. Thank you, Councillor Hayes. I've noted. Councillor Betty.
Thank you, Chair. The spaces above retail premises, whether they're still active or not, are an underutilised resource, and there have been various campaigns over many years to bring these spaces back into residential use. My former professional body, the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, about 30 years ago did a lot of work on looking at encouraging residential use above retail premises in the high street. And there must be hundreds of thousands of square feet of vacant upper floor space all around the country. And as Mr. Peel has correctly mentioned, I'm pleased that this has now been recognised in both the MPPF and local plan policies. But I do appreciate that converting the upper parts of certain retail premises into residential use is easier said than done, and not all space will readily convert or provide separate street access to make this possible. But the former post office site is an ideal example of where this does work. And looking at the plans as well, and looking at the various information that we have on the operator, this seems to be very well done and appears to be will be a very well managed site. I agree that HMOs have had a bad press, particularly as we've heard where they do where they've taken over established residential areas. And that's why I'm pleased to see from the report that Article 4 directives have been put in place in parts of Ashford to prevent more HMOs being created. So I think for me, this offers an ideal opportunity to provide good quality residential accommodation in a sustainable location right in the town centre, while retaining some classy commercial frontage in the town centre. And I have absolutely no hesitation in recommending this for approval and fully support the officer's recommendation to do so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Betty. So I'm noting that you are proposing to approve in line with the officer's recommendation to permit. Councillor Giles.
Thank you. Just a few questions. So on the proposed side elevation, you have a kind of outside area with kind of a balcony setting on there. Can you just confirm with me if that's the side that sits on the back of the flats above the shop on the Bank Street?
Mr. Peel.
Is that the courtyard area where my lace pointer is? This area? Is that the one you're referring to, or the?
I think
I'm just looking.
I think Councillor Giles.
Looking at page 37 on the proposed side part. It probably is. It's from the side view.
Oh, okay. Are you sorry? In terms of, I'm slightly confused. So it's the outside space being provided at second floor. With
Yeah, the thinner part with the glaze. Is that the side that sits on the back of the flats that are above the shops on Bank Street?
No, well, they look towards the upper floors of the properties along Bank Street. They will have. I had another walk actually there yesterday, and the majority, what certainly looked like from Bank Street, of the upper floors appear to be either sort of staff accommodation, maybe with the restaurant uses, or office. There's a lot of office. A lot of it didn't look used, but it certainly had blinds up that gave the impression of offices. So as a sort of belt and braces approach, and we could always add a condition to this effect. They are proposing to put obviously safety screens along those terraces, and they can be obscured privacy screens to add sort of a belt and braces approach to that. At the minute, there's no real issue with overlooking, but if one of those upper floors of Bank Street was to go, and sorry, I didn't have my microphone on. Hopefully, I was speaking loudly anyway. It was to go to resident.
You can repeat what you said, please, or as much as you.
Sorry, it didn't come across.
Members of the public as well.
I do apologise. I'm loud, but not that loud.
Yeah. Also, we have people watching at home.
Yeah,
so
sorry. I do
repeat
apologise. I'm normally good with the microphone. So, yes, in terms of the thin terrace for the second floor accommodation, that does look towards the rear of the upper floors of Bank Street, which are primarily in office use or what appeared to be staff accommodation with the ground floor uses. And the applicant is proposing privacy screens around that for safety and also to avoid any interlooking between the two. And we can, if you would want as a committee, condition that and their retention in perpetuity. Apologies about the microphone.
Councillor Giles.
Yeah, I think it would be prudent to have a condition on there that screens as much as possible, particularly on that side, so it supports any neighbouring properties. Another question I do have, obviously with this, yes, there is kind of an appearance of squash and squeeze in terms of bedrooms, but my main concern is actually in the basement area. There's two bedrooms that are being proposed that sit alongside the laundry area. In my mind, bedrooms down there, I don't know what the light is like already, and I'm not too sure where the basement sits in terms of the ground floor. Is there a way of working out where that sits on the ground floor, like what part of it?
Thank you, Councillor Giles. I think from the report there are two light wells, but Mr. Peel can speak to them.
There are two ensuite bedrooms in the basement, both to be served by light wells that are existing and may need to be modified to be enlarged to meet building regulations for means of escape. I did discuss this with our housing department in terms of adequacy of light and ventilation, as well as the applicant. And the applicant has said that the windows to light wells will be fully opening for ventilation. The light wells will be fairly large for building regulations, means of escape, and there will be escape ladders so people can get out. And the light wells will be enclosed by railings. So light wells are quite a common approach to lighting habitable rooms in basement areas. They are bedrooms. They do have access to a large communal area on the first floor. So on balance, given that housing was satisfied with the standard of accommodation there, we are also happy with it. Just for your clarification on where they are, the light wells are one there, and I'm getting a lag here, one there, and that correlates to light wells which are shown there and down there, if that helps.
Thank you. I think ideally the bedrooms on the basement is something that I'm a bit concerned about. I think I probably would have been more happier to have seen the laundry area expanded and maybe some storage areas for them to have, rather than having two basements down there adjacent to the laundry. I can't imagine the noise that's probably going to come from that bedroom that sits right on the laundry area. I think that's it, but I'm not comfortable with the two bedrooms on the basement level for those reasons.
Thank you, Councillor Giles. Just returning briefly to Mr. Peel, just to talk about sound proofing, etc., because I think that is covered. But if you could speak to that briefly.
Yeah, I can. All sound insulation will be covered under the building regulations. I think sort of the laundry bit maybe is a little bit of a, it's not a misnomer, but maybe a misconception. It is a laundry area just serving that one unit. It's not a general laundry area for the whole development. Each unit has its own laundry area. So yes, there will be some comings and goings to it, but in terms of noise transmission, it'll be covered under building regulations, so there shouldn't be that level of noise and disturbance.
Thank you, Mr. Peel. Councillor Shilton.
Thank you, Chairman. Firstly, just what we're doing at the moment with the plan up and then the member and the officer speaking in the corner, that is inordinately helpful. If we could do that more often so that while people are talking, we can see the plan, that would be excellent. I'm concerned about a few things with this application. I can understand why it's come forward, but I think there's a good deal of noise and disturbance will be caused. You have a laundry room going at all hours. You've 33 individuals who will have guests. There are 34 bike racks after all, so we've tacitly accepted at least one person is allowed a guest. And people, if statistically, yes, I completely understand the argument the officers have put forward, but people do have cars, and there will therefore be an increase in off-site on-street parking provision. I'm therefore inclined to second Councillor Hayes' motion to refuse this application on the grounds of HOU 11 parts A and B, although I note the officer's comments around improved dustbin storage, so I do not think C is met. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shilton. So I have noted that you've seconded the motion to refuse that was proposed by Councillor Hayes. On that basis, Councillor McGeever, I think you're next.
All right, thank you, Chair. Right, we've got a situation here where I fully agree with Mr. Rose. It was well delivered, accurate. It hit all the points that I saw the benefits of HMOs. To me, an HMO in Ashford is vital. I'm not particularly aware that there's too many of them. The quality of HMOs in this case, in this application, I think is superior. And that has got to be borne in mind when we look at this application. So thank you, Mr. Rose, for your most definitive explanation of what's going on. Councillor Betty backed this up with a lot of experience. Councillor Betty is experienced in this field of building, and I take his observations and comments really quite seriously. I can see the concept. It's good. It works. Our town centre needs a more vibrant pickup than people. Like these are people that will travel to work. They'll work in Ashford. They'll get the train. They'll go other places. HMOs help regenerate town centres as well. I don't think all the observations that were given regards the refusal to me were of material value. I thought that this did not reflect the actual application and its validity. So therefore, I'm strongly seconding Councillor Betty's proposal to accept. Right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McGeever. I do know actually from the report that this development seems to be aimed at young professionals, and HMOs obviously are a broad brush description of a great big category. So I think there's a huge kind of variation in occupancy and types of occupancy and types of provision. And I do note the quality of it in terms of, I think there's, I asked this as a question, there are multiple laundry facilities or laundry rooms. Yeah, so there are multiple.
One for each unit, Chair.
One for each unit, yeah. So I think this is an interesting proposition, but I'll move to the next councillor, which is Councillor Gathen. You're after Councillor Gathen, Councillor Roden. So Councillor Gathen first, please.
Sorry, apologies to everyone, but I have quite a few concerns about this application. Firstly, you talk about single occupancy. I just wonder how you can enforce that, because young people do tend to invite other people over to stay. So you might technically have single occupancy, but you will, we all know, have more than 33 people sleeping there on any one night. Like Councillor Giles, I have serious concerns about the 2 bedrooms in the basement. Can I just ask, because I don't know what a light well is, can you explain that, please?
Certainly, I'll certainly ask that. So two questions, I think, from Councillor Gathen.
Do you want me to finish first?
Yes, of course, sorry, yes.
Sorry, no, because I've got quite a few. On the first floor, I'm concerned at how many units there are that are going to be using one kitchen. I think I counted, was it 11 or 12 units? That's 11 or 12 people trying to cook at the same time, potentially in one kitchen. I can see that being problematic. We've heard talk about vitality of the town centre and supporting that this will help support the evening and nighttime economy. But evening and nighttime economy means noise, light and pollution. And all of those will impact the people who end up living in these units. When I looked at the proposed elevations and some of the photos that were provided, the windows looked to be single glazed, and so it concerns me that there won't be mitigation of noise for the residents living here. I do think they will be impacted by what's going on in the town centre. I'm concerned about the outside space. I'm concerned with the block plan, where the terrace there. I couldn't quite understand when I was first looking at it, but I realised it's got a roof light. Sorry, yeah. So it's the terrace has got a roof. So I didn't quite understand where the opening to it was, where the light came from. The cycle parking, it says it will be secure. Is it covered? And how secure is it? Because if you've got 33 people living here, I can see there being issues if a bike goes missing about who's taken it. There are all sorts of issues around that if it's not really secure and covered. And lastly, we talked about, this will be for single professionals. A lot of single professionals homework, and there's no way you could do homeworking from one of these units. You can't homework from your bedroom. That's hugely unprofessional. And the communal area could potentially have 13 people in it or more. So, I'd be interested in answers to those questions, please.
Thank you, Councillor Gathen. So I have taken a rough note of those questions to aid, and I presume that Mr. Peel will have noted down as many as he can. But I think we have occupancy question, what are light wells, kitchen, nighttime economy, glazing, openings, secure cycling facilities, and a question about home working as well. So
Okay.
it's rather a lot, but
Yeah, a lot to get through, but I'll do my best, Chair. So in terms of single occupancy, we're proposing a condition limiting it to 33 occupants, 33 rooms. Some are double rooms. The reason for the restriction is for planning reasons, that we don't want to see more than 33 permanent occupants. People can have guests, and it's only reasonable people can have guests. My daughter's been in an HMO at university, and they have guests, but it's for the permanent residents. So it is 33 permanent residents. If they have guests, they have guests. The licensing will reflect that as well. So if people were moving on a more permanent basis, and that was brought to our attention or licensing attention, then we would be getting in touch with the operators and notifying them of any breaches. So that is controlled. In terms of the bedrooms in the basement and what light wells are, so light wells are a very, very common way of making basement rooms habitable, and they're used in dwellings, they're used in commercial buildings where you might have office space, and essentially what they are is they are fairly substantial glazed areas at ground floor level, and they provide a well of light down to the basement room. Now that could be a slightly raised roof lantern that does it, or it could be flush at ground level, but my experience is they are very effective at providing good light. Mirrors can be used also to reflect light, to provide a good standard of accommodation. I mean, they are bedrooms and they do have access to communal areas as well, but that's not diminishing the importance of having natural light and ventilation still. And in terms of licensing, housing do look at standards, just as planning does, to ensure that all rooms are habitable and habitable to a good standard. And they are happy with light wells for those 2 rooms. Question about noise. The windows are to be all upgraded. So yes, some of the photographs I showed had pretty poor quality single glazed windows to the side and rear. The windows to the front are double glazed, so they're fine. They will all be upgraded as part of this application, and they would need to be to meet building regulations. So I can give you peace of mind in that respect. In terms of noise for future residents, town centres do have higher ambient noise levels. That's a fact. Residential accommodation above ground floors is, as I've said before, is strongly encouraged at a national level and a local level, and you will always experience a greater degree of noise than if you are in a solely residential area. Some people don't mind that. You're sort of effectively buying into that situation, and it's the windows will be double glazed. The residential accommodation fronting Tufton Street is all above ground level. Ambient noise levels are generally higher in town centres, and so I think the future occupants will have an acceptable level of amenity. Any ground floor accommodation is set behind the commercial unit fronting Tufton Street. In terms of outdoor space, from my experience, this is highly well provided for in terms of outside space. A lot of residential developments in the town, so flats above shops, which again is encouraged, won't have any outside space, they won't have any parking, but they are actively encouraged. In central areas like this, if you need a larger outside space, then you have Memorial Gardens very close by, Victoria Park very close by. There is access to larger areas of space, but to actually have a first floor terrace serving one of the units, a courtyard serving other units, and small terrace serving the second floor units is actually quite unique for a residential development in the town. So in my professional views, it's actually well provided for in terms of outdoor amenity space, given the location. Cycle storage, it is shown to have 34 spaces, which is 1 extra for a visitor. There is a condition on cycle storage. Condition will require details to be approved, and that will need to show secure covered cycle storage. The access to the courtyard is also gated and key code entry to the occupants only. So it would only be occupants that can get into that with the key code as well. And as I mentioned, there will be CCTV installed within the courtyard and external areas. And I think the final point was flat or unit 2 it's got 11 ensuite bedrooms. And people sharing that communal space. It is a large communal space. From my experience of HMOs, you can have 6 or 7 people potentially in a house with a small kitchen, dining area. This is 11 bedrooms for a large unit within the HMO, but it has a substantial living, dining and kitchen area. People will be cooking at different times. I don't see that would certainly result in a substandard level of amenity that would warrant refusal of the application.
Mr.
And again,
Peel,
it meets licensing standards.
Mr. Peel, would you like to indicate on the plan where that larger space is?
Certainly.
That might be useful for colleagues.
It is in that area there. So you have the sitting area, large dining area and kitchen area. So it is a substantial communal space.
Thank you. And I think there was a question element to Councillor Gavin's about home working from yeah, if you'd like to speak to that. I mean, obviously that's a more sort of general point.
Well, I think that's more not a planning matter really.
No,
I mean,
no.
people, if they want to work from home, can work from their bedrooms and have backgrounds on, if should they so wish. There's room for a small desk in most of these rooms, and there's also potentially the small in pink, well, in red on there. It's a small commercial unit. I mean, I think the reality, having spoken to the applicant, is that could be used by some occupants of the HMO in terms of a small office space or ancillary space to the commercial unit. But again, it's a personal choice, working from home, going into an office,
Sure.
whether you work from a bedroom, whether you don't work from a bedroom, it's not really a planning consideration in
Right.
this instance.
Thank you. Yeah, I think you may have made a point about student accommodation, which typically has desks within the sort of bedroom accommodation as well. So I think but it's obviously not such a planning side of things. So we have Councillor Roden.
Thank you, Chair. I think we're all working really, really hard here to maintain the viability of the Ashford Town Centre and to enhance its environment. However, I would seriously question whether building more HMOs is the right way to go about it. We may need more residential accommodation within Ashford Town Centre, and I'd like to hear more about, maybe not just now, but sometime, about how much we actually need. But I don't know if we need single units of accommodation in this sort of way. I've read the planning pack today, and I feel we're talking quite a lot about HMOs in Ashford Town Centre, and I'm questioning whether that's the way forward. I've listened to the comments regarding the quality of the accommodation, and I find it very hard to believe that this is satisfactory accommodation for any individual, whether they live on their own or they bring in their chums whenever they want. I really question that. We've talked long and weary about, these aren't just students. Students put up with lots of different things, and they live in all sorts of different accommodations, and they share because that's what they want. But if this is really professional workers who are coming to live in Ashford, who are going to help build and grow the centre of Ashford, spend their money there, spend their time there, be able to somehow travel somewhere or other to get to work, then I think we need to think about they may not wish to be living in this sort of accommodation. I think we mentioned earlier that upper floor residential usage is very important to build on, and I really support that. But I think there'll be lots of different alternatives to making use of that historical building, put in residential building and some commercial buildings in it, but to think longer and harder about the sorts of accommodation it's going to provide, and perhaps it's more options, not necessarily all just one bedroom almost like little mini caravans. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Roden. Councillor Pullen.
Thank you, Chair. We talk about wanting vibrant town centres, and I think this is how we get a vibrant town centre. We put people into the town centre who are going to use the town centre. There's not really going to be an awful lot of new retail going in. Retail is dying as we all go online. There's not going to be an awful lot of office space is dying as we all work online. We don't want development to spread out of Ashford. We don't want development in the villages. We don't want, you know, our town getting cluttered. This is 33 people living in a building that already exists. We don't have to worry about that here. We've talked about student accommodation. This looks actually almost identical to the accommodation that I've just booked for my son to go away in October, whenever it is. And he is delighted. He thinks it's the best thing in the world. He's going to be shacking up with five people in his little flat, strangers. He can't wait. You talk about students being different. I don't think that's true either. When I first moved off to London, not as a student, I lived in places just like this. I think maybe we've forgotten what it was like to be 19, or maybe we never lived like that when we were 19 or 25 or whatever it might be, but this was ideal. I lived in a flat in a basement with a light well. Wasn't the nicest flat I've ever lived in, but you know what? It was great for a year. It was quite cheap. And we have to remember this is a commercial venture. The gentleman that spoke earlier, they're not going to put this together if he didn't think it was going to be taken up. We haven't got to worry about whether it is taken up. He's going to take that risk. Would I want to live there right now as a late 40s man with a family? Not really. Would I want to live there when I was 19? Absolutely. So I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pullen. I think that's an important point, that we're looking at it from our perspectives, whether we would live there ourselves in our current, and maybe we've got some ability to put ourselves into different shoes as well. But I think there's a point being well made here. There is a provision, there is a requirement to provide potentially younger people with their first kind of foothold as an independent place to live, and those will necessarily be smaller than the whole house, and there will be some elements of communal living. So I think that there is an important point being made here, and I think one of those 2 points also is about the provision of places for people to live that are affordable and are in a sustainable location, i.e. there are facilities on their doorsteps. So I think there is a balance to be struck here, but obviously we must make a decision taking all the things that everybody has said into account in terms of the material planning considerations of this as an application. I think the term HMO is perhaps can be challenging because it brings up in people's minds certain things, but I think this is an interesting proposition. And I will leave that there for the moment. Mr. Peel, I think you wanted to.
I just want to very briefly expand on what's been said by yourself and Councillor Pullen, that sustainability is multifaceted, so it's locational, but it's also social. And HMOs are potentially very socially sustainable in the southeast, where house prices are very high, rentals are very high. For graduates or people starting off in a professional career, key workers, nurses, for example, renting a 1-2 bedroom flat or even buying one can be out of range. And if there's no alternative accommodation, then they are forced to try and live maybe not in close proximity to where they want to work, and that can cause problems. So by providing good quality HMO accommodation meets the wider demographic and the needs of, in this case, Ashford, and does have that social sustainable aspect to it as well.
Thank you, Mr. Peel. Councillor Harman.
Thank you, Chair. Most of what I had intended to say has been said, so I'll just be very brief. I've had to look at rooms in Kent, and just to reiterate the points that have been made, There isn't a single property in Ashford, there are several, that is available. It's either currently let or under offer. So there's clearly a need for these types of rooms. And I'm very aware of tradesmen that have been working in my property that have been looking for things like this. People who maybe are living temporarily in Ashford, but don't want to be in a hotel. And yeah, so I support this application. I think we do need to bring people into the town centre, and that's how we're going to revitalise it.
Thank you, Councillor Harmon. Councillor Mulholland.
Thanks, Chair. I have one concern, having listened to what everyone has said, and that is about vandalism and antisocial behaviour. At the moment, we do get some of this in Ashford Town Centre, and when younger people, young professionals with money in their pocket, use the facilities and amenities, they will misbehave. So is there going to be any, it's not a planning matter, but is there going to be any additional policing by the police or by the company who's going to manage this to make sure that everyone has a peaceful life in the accommodation? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mulholland. I mean, obviously, I note that the facilities, CCTV was mentioned. The grounds, such as they are secured by gates. I would expect people living in this accommodation to be no less proud of where they live than anybody else living anywhere else. But I will pass over to Mr. Cole, actually, who has something to say, I think, on this.
Chair, thank you, and I'll just touch on a couple of other points as well, if I may. But just to deal with the point Councillor Mulholland has just raised, whilst to some degree I can understand those generic concerns, members, we really do need to be very careful that we do not stereotype either HMOs as a form of accommodation, or in particular the people who may reside in them. There are people that commit antisocial behaviour that live in probably 4 and 5 bedroom properties as well as HMOs. So, Chair, I do think members should disregard or have no weight at all, I'm afraid, to who may be living there and what they may do, because that is an assumption that probably isn't, frankly, particularly defendable, certainly not in a planning sense. Two other points, if I may, Chair, while I have the microphone, and just, I think, pulling matters, as I tend to do in these occasions, back to look at what the council's local plan might say about this application. And in particular, and Mr. Peel's report deals with this at some length, is we have a specific policy, of course, on HMOs in the local plan. It's policy HOU 11, and Councillor Shilton mentioned a couple of limbs of HOU 11 in his seconding of Councillor Hayes's more generic motion to refuse. I'm just going to take a quick look at the two limbs that Councillor Shilton referred to. So the first one talks about residential amenity caused by increased noise and disturbance. I think just as a point of clarification, what that means is causing of noise and disturbance as a result of the HMO being there, not noise and disturbance to the residents of the HMO. They're two different matters. The latter is dealt with by means of, as Mr. Peel has mentioned on several occasions, how the building regulations deal with noise mitigation between the units, and so on and so forth. And to some degree, I think if you choose to live in a town centre environment, then you would expect there to be a certain amount of noise and disturbance in the evenings, but that would generally dissipate late at night, or most nights. The second limb and we've heard a number of comments from members about this around highway safety, and the reference in the policy says highway safety caused by insufficient on-site parking provision, thereby resulting in an unacceptable increase in on-street parking. And a number of members have raised concerns that irrespective of where the location of this development is, the residents there are likely to have or wish to have cars, and of course there's no on-site parking for this proposal. But Chair, I would draw members' attention to the preamble to the policy, which deals with this point. And of course, this policy is covering proposals for HMOs in every location, not just in a town centre, and in particular in more suburban locations where we know in the past there have been specific issues relating to particularly parking issues. One of the reasons why the Article 4 direction in South Ashford was created in the first place. The preamble to the policy talks about this issue but says, and I shall quote it verbatim, in certain cases, for example in town centres with a range of transport options, it's likely that on-site parking could be superfluous and will not be required. I think given that wording in the preamble to the policy, if a refusal was to seek to rely upon a lack of on-site parking, I think that might be, in my professional judgment, difficult to defend given what the preamble suggests. And it suggests, as I've just read out, that parking will not be required. Chair, I just wanted to raise those couple of points, bearing in mind they were matters that Councillor Shilton quite fairly raised in his seconding of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's very useful information there. Thank you very much. Yeah, and coming directly to Councillor Shilton, who's next on my list. Councillor Shilton.
Thank you, and thank you for Mr. Cole for making the point I was about to raise relevant again. So my point is around 11A, which he's just discussed. So Mr. Peel talked a lot in the preamble about flats above shops, as an example, of the types of residential accommodation which are available there. And what this has, which those do not, is considerable outside space. As someone who, without wanting to take you on history lessons, student years were rather more recent than others. As a young professional, the terrace space will become is likely to become a source of increased noise and disturbance, particularly late at night, particularly in the summer, probably into the early morning, and an increased number of noise complaints. I just wanted to ask if there was any response to that from the officers, any mitigations they might have. Otherwise, I think the proposal to refuse on the basis of 11A would stand.
Thank you, Councillor Shilton. I think looking at the plans, that the terrace space faces onto the back of the shopping centre, so that may be less of an issue. The balconies, I think, which were mentioned by Councillor Giles, are the spaces I think that interface with a gap to the back of the properties on Bank Street, which are, I understand from officers at the moment, the upper stories are used for office spaces. But so I think the terrace faces onto the shopping centre, unless I'm mistaken, and therefore is only going to disturb well, it's hardly going to disturb shoppers really. But anyway, Mr. Peel.
Well, I'll start off by, I think, reiterating Mr. Cole's point that HOU 11A is relating to existing residents. It's putting HMOs into existing residential areas and noise and disturbance that will have on existing residents. So in terms of impact on residential amenity in a town centre, Mr. Cole said quite rightly, and I've said, that ambient noise levels are higher. The courtyard is enclosed. The first floor terrace is adjacent to a shopping centre, and the second floor terraces are very small, but do provide some outdoor relief, and they look onto the back of Bank Street, which is entirely commercial at ground floor, and I think, as I said, is predominantly office space, either occupied or not occupied, and what does look like potentially, like I haven't been in to see if they are occupied, storage or possibly some staff accommodation, but the prevailing character here is commercial, not residential. So the impact of this development on residential amenity, in my view, in this location is extremely minimal, and a refusal would be very, very hard to quantify and qualify in terms of, you know, should we end up at appeal here to provide evidence that there would be unacceptable levels of harm.
Thank you, Mr. Peel. Councillor Giles.
Yeah, thank you. Some members have mentioned about antisocial behaviour and the link with the HMOs. Just want to reassure members that Ashford Borough Council renewed its public protection space order in the town centre, and in the town centre it's probably heavily looked after by the police in terms of any sort of antisocial behaviour, whether that's scooters, loud orderly drinking to nuisance vehicles. It's all underneath that protection space order, which was renewed. So in my view, I will be supporting this because of the need, the capacity for it, and the ideal ability of it being next to bus routes, public train station, all the amenities are there. And I don't believe that people that move into HMOs are antisocial.
Thank you very much, Councillor Giles. Any other members of the committee wishing to ask any more questions? No, I think we've had a very, very thorough discussion, so I would thank members of the committee, because I think it is incredibly important we do have these informed discussions before we make decisions. So I will turn to Mr. Baker to summarise the position in terms of the motions that we have before us, 2 motions. Mr. Baker.
Thank you, Chairman. Yet again, we have 2 motions which have been moved and seconded. The order of moving and seconding was that the motion to refuse was seconded first. So we will need to take that as a vote first, and if that motion passes, that's the decision of the committee. If that motion falls, then we'll go on to the second motion, which was to approve the application. As far as the motion to refuse was concerned, it was moved by Councillor Hayes and was seconded by Councillor Shilton, and between them they have put forward 2 reasons for the refusal that they propose by reference to policy HOU 11. Firstly, that the application in their view is contrary to HOU 11A in that it would have an unacceptably harmful impact in respect of residential amenity caused by increased noise and disturbance. The committee's heard the advice of your Assistant Director of Planning and Development and your planning officers on that. I don't think we have clarity as to where the residential amenity will be unacceptably impacted at the moment, and the mover and seconder might helpfully clarify where they consider that impact would be. The second element of the motion to refuse is on the grounds of paragraph B, that highway safety would be unacceptably harmfully impacted caused by insufficient on-site parking provision, thereby resulting in an unacceptable increase in on-street parking. Again, I don't think we have details from mover and seconder of where they believe this on-street parking might be, so it would be helpful if they would clarify those 2 elements, Chairman, before we move to the vote, so that we are quite clear if this motion were to pass, what the grounds of refusal are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baker. So I'll come to Councillor Hayes first. In terms of the where the impact on residential amenity occurs, and also where the on-street parking impact occurs.
I can't be specific, but it could even have. Sorry, I can't be specific, but it could even have effect on the people who live in the HMOs, couldn't it? So people could be making a disturbance in one part of it and affect the people living in the, because there'll be a lot of people living there in a small space.
Can I just, before I come back to you, Councillor Hayes, can I just clarify with Mr. Cole in terms of the particular paragraph we're talking about of HOU 11? My understanding is it's not talking about the internal disturbance of each other within a property, is it? It's an external residential amenity. Is that correct? So it has to be somewhere outside the property.
Chair, that's my interpretation of HOU 11A. So in effect, the the development and the activity within the development would impact residents who are not part of that development in an
Okay.
unacceptable way.
So we're asking the proposers and seconder to identify external residential amenity that's being impacted by this application potentially.
Other currently residential properties that would be affected by the noise and disturbance created by the occupation of this scheme. Yes.
Okay. Sorry. So coming back to you, Councillor Hayes. So it is having to be an external impact.
I respect Mr. Cole's professional knowledge, but this isn't an ordinary development, is it? It's not a unique house. It's a set of one-room lettings, so it is ambiguous to compare it with another house, another block of flats. But fair enough. But the town is going to have more people living there. There's going to be more flats there, so it could have an effect in the future. I don't know the detail who lives where, but there are places where people live in the vicinity.
Okay, so I'll come to
can't be
Councillor.
specific,
it's all right.
can I?
It's all right. I'll come to Councillor Shilton because he's obviously quite keen to contribute. I think.
But I'm very conscious that I moved the specific elements, so I feel if this is
Right.
anyone's cross to bear,
That's
it is
fair enough,
mine,
yes.
not Bernard's.
No,
I feel that owing to the density of the property, the fact that there is an outside terrace, although I take the point that it opens onto the other side, noise does travel. The properties do have balconies, noise will travel through, people will have them open, it will be hot. And I think people will drink on said terrace late at night. I know I would. Yeah. And I think, so the noise will travel. That will be where the increased noise and disturbance will come from. These are young professionals. They will we will come home. I say we because I am a young professional as well. I have a drink after work. It'll be, it's late in the evening. That's where your disturbance is going to come from. The parking.
Well, sorry to address this though. It's not where it's coming from. It's where it's affecting. Is my understanding. We just need to identify roughly where we're talking about the residential amenity being affected.
And we heard in the officer's opening statement that there is accommodation nearby. People living in flats, for example, above shops, and we heard about the different types of accommodation nearby.
So I think
so it is those people, and we heard it from the community forum as well.
So we're talking about the second floor or the first or second floor accommodation on Bank Street potentially.
That's correct.
That's good, right? So I think we've established that element.
Yeah.
In terms of the highway on-street parking.
Yeah, absolutely. So the report is quite clear that there is no adequate parking nearby either, and I think this will lead to an increase in unacceptable parking because there is no parking there. So people will park on the street; they'll park where they can, and rightly so. So I think this will lead to an increased number of cars on the streets, which creates the highway safety issue alluded to in HO 11B.
So in terms of the location or rough locations that you're saying that the impact will happen on, because I mean obviously in suburban context it's easier to sort of identify, isn't it? If you've got an HMO in a suburban street, you can say that the impact is on that street. Are you saying that you believe that the impact will be on, for example, Bank Street?
Bank Street and the surrounding streets, because of course once the first street fills up, you park in the second.
Right. Okay.
Car parks.
Right.
And the car parks, yeah.
Okay, no, that's fine. I think it's important that we identify this because obviously we will, if this goes through, we need to identify.
Parking can spread. I mean, we could talk about even towards Gollington Road, Sussex Avenue. People could park in residential areas.
Right. So
where you're allowed to park.
Overspill
parking. Yes.
Okay. I think that's good because we need to establish the parameters of this because if it goes to appeal or there's any problems, then we need to know what it is. So. Mr. Baker, do you feel that you're clear on the parameters of this particular motion?
Well, Chairman, I've made some notes that the mover and seconder are proposing that under A, there'd be an impact on residential amenity in Bank Street, and under B, there'd be an impact on highway safety in Bank Street and the surrounding streets, including Goddington Road and Sussex Avenue. Those are the roads that have been suggested. I did say and surrounding streets, including those. Obviously, you've heard your officer's advice on those matters, but that is the motion, and we need to take that motion to the vote. Fantastic. So when the voting opens, members who wish the application to be refused for those two reasons, please press plus. Members who do not wish it to be refused, please press minus, and anyone abstaining, please press X. Thank you.
Right, we have 13 votes cast.
We're still waiting for one
We're
vote.
still
aren't
waiting for one vote, so if councillors, members of the committee could just check till they have cast their vote. We've now got 14. Thank you very much, members of the committee. We now have our full roster of 14 votes, and 8 have voted against the motion to refuse, 6 in favour, no abstentions, so that motion to refuse has fallen. So on that basis, if I could ask Mr Baker to restate our position with the next motion.
Thank you very much, Chairman. We'll move on to the second motion, and that was to approve this application as recommended by your officers. The recommendations on pages 52 to 53, and there were, in addition to the conditions set out on page 53, 2 further conditions which Mr Peel outlined in his update report. One was in relation to noise transmission. I trust he'll forgive me for not having noted the second one down. Your second additional condition, please.
We had, there was 2 conditions relating to noise, which were requested by Environmental Health, one to external plant and the other between commercial uses and the HMOs. I recall from the debate, Councillor Giles mentioned privacy screens as well, and I did suggest that that could also be a condition if that's what the proposer and seconder would like.
You did remember correctly, absolutely. So I will go to the proposer, Councillor Betty, to say to determine whether you're happy that the additional condition proposed by Councillor Giles is part of your motion.
I'm very happy to support those additional 3, I believe they are now in total conditions, Chair. Thank you.
And coming to you, Councillor McGeever, as the seconder of that motion, are you happy to
Yeah, I
those
accept that.
additional
Thank you.
conditions?
Yep.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I think we're...
Thank you, Chairman. That's very helpful. So we have a motion to approve, as set out in the officer's report, with 3 additional conditions. Members who wish planning permission to be granted with all of those conditions, please press plus. Members who do not wish planning permission granted, please press minus or X to abstain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members of the committee. We now have the results of the vote, and 9 votes in favour of approving and 5 votes against approving. So that motion to approve in line with officer's recommendation is carried. Thank you very much, members of the committee and members of the public that were here for that particular item. I will have a comfort break. I think we'll have a comfort break now for 10 minutes. So if we can return at Can we strap in and seats the upright positions, trays up, please. Thank you. Right, thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much. So we now move on to our third application, which is 6 to 10 North Street, Ashford. So we have Miss Payne to give the presentation. Miss Payne.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. What's it doing?
You're on the wrong. If you go to your top slide and start. Seem to have frozen.
Right, apologies. We've got a bit of a technical issue, so bear with us.
Apologies.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. This application relates to numbers 6 to 10 North Street, Ashford, and the proposal is for the change of use of a first floor flat from ancillary staff accommodation to a small HMO, Class C4 use. The building is a 4-storey building located on the corner of North Street and Park Street within Ashford Town Centre. The building is not listed but lies within Ashford Town Centre Conservation Area. The building is in restaurant use on the ground floor with 4 flats arranged over the first, second and third floors. 3 of these flats are already in lawful use as an HMO, 2 large HMOs and 1 small HMO. The 4th flat, which is located on the first floor and the subject of this application, is currently in use as an HMO but is unauthorised. This application seeks to regularise that use. This application is simply for a change of use of the flat. There are no external alterations proposed. This is the front elevation of the building from North Street and Park Street here. So this is North Street here and Park Street here. This is the entrance into the existing courtyard, which serves as the access and entrance to the existing flats, the bin store area and the proposed bicycle storage area. This is the existing flat. As I pointed out, it's the first floor flat, so it's just the windows, this one and this, the door here, this window and this window and this window here. It does not relate to the rooms in these windows here. And this is the existing communal terrace, which is proposed to serve the existing flat. The recommendation is for approval, subject to an agreement of an appropriate assessment which achieves nutrient neutrality. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Payne. Is there any update report?
No urgent updates in respect to this application.
Right, thank you very much. And I believe we have no public speakers on this application. So ward members, we have Councillor Charles Suddards with us this evening. Councillor Suddards, are you speaking on this application?
Yeah, I will say a few words.
Thank you.
I'd like to say a few words, not hopefully pertinent to this particular farm, just to show that I have no particular objection to housing houses in multiple occupation. In fact, I think that they can be quite a useful thing at people's different stages in life. However, there is a particular problem in Ashford Town Centre with regard to parking and the lack of parking permits and the I hate to say this, but the greed of the of the council in the way that it pursues its desire to charge for any use of parking spaces. That is really all I wish to say. I think this application, there's no particular objective. In fact, it's quite a useful use of this particular property. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Suddards. So I will open the up to discussion. I'll move from the right to the left for a change. Councillor Giles first. I will ask you to start speaking if you wish straight away. Councillor Betty.
Thank you. Sorry, just to be clear, the windows are quite old. Are they getting changed? I didn't work out what you were saying with the doors and window.
No, it's no external alterations are proposed as part of this application.
Thank you, Councillor Giles. That deals with your question.
Yeah, just it's going to let a lot of
question.
damp in, isn't it? Because it's not. They're like old wooden ones.
So I think, I mean, obviously this is a change of use, isn't it, rather than any sort of.
I would point out that this is retrospective. The change of use has already occurred.
Right.
So the flat is already in use as an HMO. It is already licensed as well. So the conditions, the living conditions would have been assessed when the licence was applied for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Payne. Councillor Betty.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we already have an existing flat here. It's already in residential use. This is just simply a change of use from flat to HMO. I would therefore like to support the officer's recommendation to approve in this instance, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Betty. I've noted your wish to propose in the approval. Councillor McGeever.
Moving on from Councillor Betty's comments, this is a change of use. It's retrospective. I support and second Councillor Betty's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGeever. I've noted that you've seconded that motion to approve. Councillor Gavin.
My question, hopefully, is straightforward. I just wanted to ask about the cycle storage and access to it. It seemed to be in an area which was where it was going to be located wasn't clear to me, and I wasn't sure how bikes going in and out would fare, because it seems like there would be other vehicles going in and out there as well.
Thank you, Councillor Gavin. Ms Payne, can you answer those questions, Councillor Gavin?
Thank you, Chair. There is a condition proposed to be attached to the permission which asks for details of bicycle storage. So we could ask for that to be submitted as part of a condition of the application. If I go back to the slideshow, if you see, have a look at the again. Sorry. Sorry. Basically what I'm trying to do is there's a photo on the slideshow which shows the courtyard. The courtyard is actually gated, so it is secured as well. So it only provides access to the HMO, to the flats that are part of this building and within this proposed HMO. So it would be secure to only those residents. But like I said, there is a condition attached to the proposed permission that would ask for details of that bicycle storage to be submitted. I'll see if I can bring up the photos in a minute.
So can I just clarify, Ms Payne, that there is a condition already, or there could be an additional condition?
There is a condition already proposed
Right,
for bicycle storage.
Thank you. Okay. Does that answer your question, Councillor Gavin? Okay, thank you. Councillor Shilton.
Don't worry, Chair, I'm not going to rehash the arguments of the last hour or so. No, my question relates to Councillor Giles's comment, actually. We are seeking to condition for bicycle storage, which obviously isn't already there. Could we not also therefore condition for the change of the windows that Councillor Giles mentioned?
Ms Payne.
No, we couldn't, because it's not part of the application. So no, we couldn't do that. It wouldn't be reasonable to do so.
Thank you. Yeah, that
duly noted.
Thank you. Very plain. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Shilton. Any other councillors wishing to ask any questions on this particular application? No, I'm not seeing any other questions. So on that basis, we do have one motion. I shall ask Mr. Baker, as ever, to summarise our position.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Only one motion on this occasion. So we have the officer's recommendation set out on pages 67 and 68. That includes the bicycle storage condition 4. That's been moved and seconded to grant permission in line with the officer's recommendation. So when the voting opens, members who wish planning permission to be granted, please press plus. Members who do not wish planning permission to be granted, please press minus or abstain using X. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members of the committee. We now have all 14 votes cast. We have 13 votes in favour of the motion to approve and 1 abstention. So that motion to approve in line with officer's recommendation to permit is carried. Thank you very much. So that moves us on to the next application. Just before we start that application, in the event that we are still in this application, we're still discussing this application at 10:30. When we came to the end of this discussion, I would put forward a motion which you could then vote on, which would suspend the meeting at that point and move the next application into a further meeting. But that's just in case that happens. But I just thought it was worth warning members of the committee. Now, I'm not saying that it will take us all that time, but if it does, then there would be my intention to put that motion forward. So let's move to that application. So this is land west by northwest of Meadow Court, Ashford Road, Kingsnorth. So I will just give a few more moments for the planning officer to plug their laptop in, etc. So, Mr. Davies, when you're ready.
Right, thank you, Chairman. This is an outline planning application for residential development for up to 28 dwellings at land west by northwest of Meadow Court, Ashford Road, Kingsnorth. It's an outline application with all matters reserved for future consideration. The first slide is the site location plan, and the application site basically is 2 fields located off the Ashford Road, Kingsnorth. You have this Severn field, whose eastern boundary adjoins the Ashford Road, and that will contain the proposed vehicle access. And you have then a northern field, which is set away from the Ashford Road, which will contain the proposed up to 28 dwellings. Surrounding the site, to the east, you've got Wiven development along the Ashford Road, and further to the south, you have the Ashford Road, Magpie Hall Road, and Steeds Lane Junction. This second slide shows the application site in relation to the policy S3 Ashford Local Plan Court Lodge allocation in the local plan. So this is the actual Ashford local plan map. You'll see in the purple that shows the actual area covering the S3 Court Lodge policy, which proposes an indicative 950 dwellings with various facilities and infrastructure and other uses proposed. So that's the Ashford local plan site policy. So the red area in the bottom right hand corner shows the application site, and the northern field where the proposed housing is located will be within the S3 allocation area. Now the yellow area, which you see here, the wider site was granted a outline planning permission for up to 1,000 homes and other various facilities, uses and infrastructure. That covered around about 87.6% of the S3 Court Lodge allocation, but obviously did not include the application site. And in addition to that, if you see just to the north of the application site, a recent application has also been submitted for up to 175 dwellings. That again is an outline application, but with access proposed off the Ashford Road. That application has only just recently been submitted and remains undetermined. Now the slide 3, so the application site also overlaps the Ashford S4 allocation, the Kingsworth Green site, which proposes an indicative capacity of 400 dwellings with other various facilities and infrastructure and uses. Like I said, the Sevenfield, where the proposed access is proposed, will be within the S3 allocation. And you can see from the Ashford local plan, obviously it is in an indicative development area. The indicative plan also shows indicative access points. That includes off the Ashford Road. And this site has also been subject to a planning permission, which covers the wider site, or most of it, for up to 550 dwellings and other various facilities, infrastructure and uses. And this also included the access point proposed under this application in terms of the actual access point to the Ashford Road, which is also part of the Phase 1C infrastructure works as part of that wider planning permission. And the final slide, simply this is an illustrative framework plan provided by the applicant. The rest of this is illustrative only on that, which shows how the northern field potentially can be developed on that. It shows obviously suds, swales and ponds along the southern boundary. It shows the access, which will only require the removal of one low category quality tree, because there's already an existing opening in that location. Within the site itself, you can see the proposed development potential areas in terms of blocks in the beige and frontages. Again, that will require the removal of just 8 apple trees of low quality. And in addition, 2 trees and a group of trees in the northeast corner, which are categorised as category U, which serious structural defects or health issues will also be proposed to be removed to facilitate the development. Otherwise, all existing trees and hedgerows around the site are proposed to be retained. Like I said, it's an outline application, all the matters reserved, so the issues of scale, layout, appearance and landscape are reserved for future consideration. That also includes the actual topography mix, which has not been determined at this stage. However, the overall site, in terms of the housing area only, is around about 1.57 hectares, and with up to 28 dwellings, even the maximum would have a density of less than 20 dwellings per hectare. And that's the end.
Thank you.
May I have 2 updates?
Thank you.
Yes, sorry, Chairman. There's just 2 updates, very minor ones. One in terms of the table 1 heads of terms, just a minor change to the all-intender price index for the KCC contributions, just in line with their request. And secondly, it's just to add a B&G monitoring fee for a 30-year period for the necessary on-site biodiversity net gains, calculated in accordance with the Council's B&G monitoring costs and payable to the owner, by the owner to the Council, to cover the costs of Ashford Council and Kent Ecological Advice Service time to process and review the monitoring report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davies. So we have two members of the public registered to speak. The first is Mr. Bull who's the agent is in support. Mr. Bull, you have 3 minutes, Mr. Bull. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. My name's Ian Bull. I'm a Chartered Town Planner representing the applicants in support of this application. The applicants, Jarvis Homes, are a local family developer well known to the council with an enviable reputation for building high quality homes. The application is in outline on a site allocated for development under Policy S3 of the local plan and seeks permission for up to 28 dwellings. Following submission of the application, we've had constructive discussions with the case officer and we've revised the application to address all issues raised. As the officer's report makes clear, the proposed development is policy compliant and will deliver open market and affordable dwellings on a highly sustainable site. Members will be aware that Ashford cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, and both the presumption in favour of sustainable development and the tilted balance apply in the determination of this application. The application is supported by a comprehensive suite of technical documents which demonstrate that the development is acceptable in terms of transport, foul and surface water, ecology, nutrient neutrality and flood risk. I'm aware that the Parish Council have raised objections to the application. However, the officer's report has confirmed that the principle of the development and the relationship with the adjoining proposed development is acceptable. All other technical concerns raised by the Parish Council are unsubstantiated and no objections have been raised by the County Council in respect of highways, flood and water management, heritage or ecology. In addition, Southern Water, the River Stour Internal Drainage Board, Natural England and the Environment Agency raise no objections. The proposed draft conditions will address any outstanding issues and a Section 106 agreement will deliver appropriate development contributions and policy compliant affordable housing. In terms of the planning balance, the benefits of the development significantly outweigh any minor harm, and I would ask that you accept the officer's recommendation and grant planning permission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bull. Can I ask Councillor Brees to come to the microphone? You have 3 minutes or so.
Chairman and members of the Planning Committee, thank you for allowing Kingsnorth Parish Council the opportunity to speak today. The Parish Council continues to object to this application. Our objection is not due to the principle of providing new homes. However, we believe this application is being brought forward without sufficient certainty that the wider strategic planning, infrastructure and environmental matters have been properly addressed. Too many strategic issues will be determined under reserved matters without the scrutiny of members. Our principal concern is the continued piecemeal approach to the development across this part of Kingsnorth. This site forms part of the wider Court Lodge and Kingsnorth Green strategic allocation in the local plan. Those allocations were intended to come forward as a comprehensive, well-planned development, supported by the necessary infrastructure, open space, transport links and community facilities. Instead, we are increasingly seeing individual applications coming forward in isolation. The Parish Council is concerned that the coordinated vision originally promoted through the South Ashford Garden community is no longer evident in the way development is progressing. Strategic developments should be planned strategically. This application also relies on infrastructure that has not yet received detailed planning approval. The proposed access is intended to connect to the Kingsnorth Green Spine Road, providing the strategic link to Kingsnorth Green and Court Lodge developments. However, the reserved matters application for that spine road has not yet been determined by this council. The Parish Council therefore question whether it is appropriate to grant outline planning permission for development that relies upon infrastructure whose detailed design and approval remains outstanding. Detailed drainage, landscaping, lighting, biodiversity, archaeological investigation and other significant aspects of this development are all being deferred to planning conditions or reserved matter applications. While planning conditions have an important role, the Parish Council questions whether enough information has been provided for members to make a fully informed decision on the principles of development today. Environmental matters also remain a concern. Natural England has requested further information, yet members have been asked to approve an application subject to that information being provided. Reference is made in the application to a developer contributions, some specific to wards in Kingsnorth, without consultation of the parish council and residents, and we respectfully ask that we are consulted on these proposals at the earliest opportunity. Finally, I would like to address water infrastructure. Policy ENV8 of the Ashford Local Plan requires major development to demonstrate that there are or will be developments of adequate water supply. Whilst officers' report concluded that foul drainage can be connected to the sewerage network, Southern Water state that no development should start until the proposed means for this disposal of foul and surface water has been submitted, and residents continue to raise concern about water in terms of supply and disposal. The Parish Council therefore respectfully requests members to seek to defer making a decision on this application until the strategic infrastructure on which we depend has been determined. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And we have Ward Member Councillor McGeever.
Thank you, Chair. A lot of these points that Councillor Breeze actually brought up is what I'm writing about, obviously in a different way. As Borough Councillor for Kingsnorth Village and Bridgefield, I object strongly to this application and have a duty to look beyond developer promises and examine the real-world material impact this application has for Kingsnorth. The Meadow Court application is the thin edge of the wedge in a process designed to dismantle our regulated and controlled planning policies in our borough. Take, for instance, the 5-year housing supply restrictions. Developers apply this condition at will. The application lies wedged between two existing approved planning applications of Court Lodge and Kingsnorth Green. The planning inspector's report for Kingsnorth Green gave clear indicators how this site was to be managed, and an S106 was agreed. I am unsure how Meadow Court application fits between the legal framework of these applications and any existing S106s. I expressed in the local press that this is a speculative application, and I have not altered my opinion on this. There is clearly no planning continuity between this and the previously approved applications of Court Lodge and Kingsnorth Green. Compare 28 houses and then ask, where are the other few hundred going to fit into this one? It's detrimental to the future of Kingsnorth community and points to future substandard infrastructure delivery. A patchwork of applications like this does not show sympathetic planning for a growing community. If we approve this application, we encourage similar submissions, each uncoordinated with the latter. Southern Water has stated in the application that they have no issues with the managing sewage discharges. I cannot comment on the accuracy of this statement and can only point to the past county performances and Ofwat decisions. Overflowing sewage discharges during peak rainfall are not uncommon in my ward, and plenty evidence exists of flooding taking place in and around the Court Lodge site and Magpie Hall Road. South East Water is struggling with severe operational instability across Kent, forcing emergency hosepipe bans because our reservoirs cannot keep up. Worse still, our local network is physically wasting the water that we have. Across our regional network, South East Water is losing an unacceptable 100 million litres of water every single day to leaks. They are running a system so fragile that they must repair 21,000 leaks a year just to keep the taps running, and that's an average of 57 leaks fixed every single day. Ashford Road at Mill Hill recently experienced massive water supply failures with burst water mains flooding properties over 3 consecutive weeks. Kingsnorth has ongoing issues with quality of delivery, leaks and the need to upgrade pipework. We recently had leaks along Steeds Lane and currently Stumble Lane, and I believe that those leaks are still actually operating without anyone going to them. In conclusion, thank you for the opportunity to voice my opinions and expressing wider concerns for Ashford and the impact speculative applications like this will have in the long term for Kingsnorth Green and Court Lodge. We need a joined up plan that shows to the community we know what we are doing. Despite our planning restraints and the push to approve this outlying application, we must be aware as a committee this is the wrong move and sets a negative precedent for the future. I would vote to refuse. Thank you, Chair. That's the end of my statement.
Thank you very much, Councillor McGeever. Before I open up to the committee, I will ask Mr. Cole, I think, a question about the sort of substantive issues around this application before the committee and the way that we consider its material planning considerations, interlocking with the issues of what Councillor McGeever describes as patchwork developments and the overall existing S3 and S4 pattern, because I think there's some complexity here, and I think it'd be useful for fellow members of the committee and myself to understand how that works in relation to the decision we're making on this particular application. Thank you.
Certainly, Chair. Mr. Davies has covered some of this in his presentation, but maybe if I could, if it's simple to put the presentation back up, I hesitate because it hasn't always been. That one, yes, that's the ideal one. So Mr. Davies took members through this, but I'll reiterate some of the points he made and perhaps clarify where necessary, Chair. So because it is a complex context. So the mauve area on that plan, as Mr. Davies says, is site allocation S3 in the local plan. Perhaps slightly confusingly, the allocation is called Court Lodge, but the planning permission, as it now is, which was also for Court Lodge, which is the yellow area on the plan, covers, as Mr. Davies said, something in the mid-80s% of the overall site area of the allocation. And as that diagram suggests, the application in front of you tonight falls within that site allocation, or part of it, but obviously outside of the planning consent for Court Lodge. The site is accessed through part of S4, and I think that's on the possibly on the next slide, if I can recall. I'll be coming back to that one in a minute. So S4 is again another allocation in the existing local plan, and alongside S5 to the north, which wasn't mentioned, but I will mention it because I think it's relevant, which is the land adjoined by Pound Lane and Ashford Road to the north. I know Councillor McGeever will certainly know where it is, but I suspect most members will as well. The Kings North Green outline planning permission, which is referenced on that slide for 550 dwellings, was a combination of S4 and S5, and together those sites were allocated for 400 and 150, or up to indicatively 400 and 150 dwellings respectively in the local plan. So the context is there are much of the land in the vicinity of, and indeed the application itself, is allocated land in the existing local plan, and the vast majority of it has planning permission already. At Court Lodge, as Mr. Davies said, for up to 1,000 dwellings, and at Kings North Green up to 550. If I can just then ask Mrs. Stewart to go back one, and I will draw this to members' attention. The green area that is shown on this plan, and Mr. Davies did touch on it, is an application which is with the council. It is, as you can see from this plan, also within the Court Lodge local plan allocation, but clearly will raise a number of issues that are different in officers' judgment, I suspect, to the issues related to this evening's application. Chair, the point I'd like to make, perhaps most of all, is any decision members take on the application tonight should not in any way be seen as fettering what is likely to be a member decision on the application on the green land in the future. They can be treated, and indeed I would recommend that you treat them as separate entities. Taking account of the broader points that both Councillor McGeever and Councillor Breeze has mentioned around master planning of the wider site, the issues related to the red land is what we need to consider here, and members need not concern themselves, in my opinion, that the view they take on tonight's application in any way should fetter a decision on the application on the green land, as and when that comes before you, as I'm sure it will at some point in the future. The other point I'll just briefly touch on, because it might also deal with one point of complexity, which is the access to this site. So on this plan shown by the red line, the point of access onto Ashford Road is part of the Kings North Green planning permission. That's my advice from my colleagues. That point of access is approved as part of that application. That already has planning permission. What doesn't have consent is its precise alignment following westwards. And nor is that proposed in front of you this evening either. This is an outline application with those matters still reserved. So the precise alignment of how that red line goes from Ashford Road to serve this site, or indeed the rest of that land, the rest of that field, is a matter that can be considered under reserve matters, both for this and indeed for Kings North Green. And indeed an application is with the council that considers and looks at that as well. That's quite a lot of information to take in, I accept, Chair, but actually, hopefully, and please tell me if it isn't, that provides the appropriate context for members to consider what's in front of them this evening. But there is quite a broader context to those considerations.
I think we've nearly got there, but if I may press you a little bit more on the relationship to the master planning element of it, that has been obviously raised both by the parish council and by Councillor McGeever. I just think it's important that we understand that the master planning and the facilities and the infrastructure side of it, the level of material consideration within this, which is a very restricted outline planning permission, which has very few moving parts to it. So just wanted to make sure that everybody understands, because that was made quite forcibly, and I can understand the motivation for that, because people want to see the master plan delivered and the infrastructure, etc., delivered. But how that affects our decision tonight on this particular application, which is much more limited. So yeah.
So yes, Chair. I mean, I think one could summarise this as an additional small area of land to be considered alongside the Court Lodge scheme and the Kings North Green scheme. My colleagues will correct me if I'm wrong about this, but as you will see from the officer's report, there are a series of infrastructure requirements set out in Table 1, which serve and are related to the scale of the 28 dwellings here. So the relationship between this site and what will come forward as part of Court Lodge and or Kings North Green, it is possible, and indeed I would ask members, that you can consider this site in isolation. It is not reliant in that sense on infrastructure elsewhere. It would consume its own smoke, colloquially, in terms of infrastructure requirements. So, Chair, the wider context is important from a master planning perspective, and I understand the points that Councillor McGeever in particular has made on that. But it is feasible, and indeed I would encourage members to consider this application on its own merits, because it is capable of being dealt with in that way.
Thank you. No, I think that's important because it is quite complex, and I think thank you for that clarification. Councillor McGeever also made some points about southeast water, but I think some of them would sit within the discussions. I'm sure we'll have others, of course. Problems with southeast water itself are probably outside the scope of what we're talking about tonight. But I think there's some very legitimate discussion points there within what you brought up. But I'll let the other councillors have their sort of questions, and we can always come back to Councillor McGeever if he wishes to sort of add to that. Right, so Councillor Harman, I saw you first, I think. So Councillor Harman, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank the Head of Planning for the detailed description, because it certainly did answer a lot of questions in advance, I think. I picked up on a couple of points that were made, specifically about the reserved matters and scrutiny by members, and I'd just like the officers to confirm my understanding. The reserved matters will come back to Planning Committee at the appropriate time, and that is not something that is not done in a public forum. So that's a question that I'd like answered. Other than that, I think the comments that are being made about master planning specifically are around infrastructure, and I have some sympathy for this. This is an outline application on land that has been allocated for development for some time, and the issue is around how that is coordinated. And I think in this particular instance, the fact that the access is going through the S4 allocated land means that there is at least some, there's not a third entrance being created into this smaller pocket. I'd just like to also just reiterate that we are looking at an outline, and so we will, when you confirm, be looking at the detail of it when it comes back for reserve matters in due course. If I could have an answer to that, please.
Thank you, Councillor Harman. Did you? Well, I think you can field this, Mr. Cole. Hopefully.
I'm not sure the answer is quite as clear cut as Councillor Harman might wish it to be. Partly because, as she will know, and I'm sure members may also know, of course, the rules on what can be considered by a committee and what can't are changing shortly. So I have to caveat any answer on that and a full understanding of what that may mean. Generally speaking, and perhaps if I can speak in generality, usually applications, and including reserved matters applications that are sizable, quite often come back to Planning Committee because they raise significant issues. A reserved matters application for 28 units is possibly less so. I'm just going to be honest, Chair, that they don't always come back to Planning Committee. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. That's my honest answer to Councillor Harman. So I can't give a clear answer.
Well, thank you for that. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Harman.
Well, I don't think this committee is happy to be giving, to be discussing it, let's just assume, granting outline on the fact that this, I mean, from what we can see, it's a very basic application. It shows us a plot of land, it shows us some very attractive swales, and it shows us not much else. I do think that we should seriously consider this in the context of the broader development. I think it's important. So that's I'll leave it there.
Thank you.
I'll see what other members
Harman.
think.
Thank you. Councillor Pullen.
Following Councillor Harman's comments, I think I'm going to leave it to other people to have it. I agree. It's all a little bit vague for me at the moment, and I think I'm coming to understand it better. So I'll let other people talk, and then I might say something afterwards if I feel like my answers haven't been met. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pullen. I think that the nature of these outline applications generally is that there's a lot left for the next stage, so we'll discuss further anyway. Councillor Betty.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Sort of continuing on from Councillor Harman's points as well, and in particular looking at the whole master planning of the entire development, which obviously I think is something that is obviously of concern, and I totally agree. Having been to the Otterpool presentation recently, I asked the same question about will this be master planned in view of what's been happening to the west of Ashford, and there was met with sort of silence. So just sort of looking at the various schemes that are already up there, and perhaps it's just a point of clarification, if I may. So we've obviously got the main court lodge application, which is an outline application. We've also got the 175 houses, which is currently under consideration, which I'm assuming is also outline. Outline, great, okay. And we're also looking at an outline application here. So I suppose the question is, if we were to look at the whole thing in a master planning context, is it possible then, when we go to reserved matters for the big scheme, the 175 scheme, and if this one is, the outline here is approved, if it were, is it possible then to say, as a reserved matters issue, that all of those main sites are taken collectively as reserved matters to be incorporated into the same infrastructure and master plan and condition it in some way? It's just a point of how we can sort of, work all of the sites together. Just be interested to see if that is something that might work. Thank you, Chair.
It's an interesting question, Councillor Betty. Mr. Cole, I will field this to you.
Thank you, Chair.
Apologies, but it's you. I'm putting you on the spot again, basically.
I may seek some assistance from Miss Tomlinson, who knows this area back to front and front to back and more than I do.
Right.
I'll start off and Faye can chip in. So, I think in broad terms, probably the answer to Councillor Betty's question is yes. Of course, in terms of both Court Lodge and Kings North Green, whilst they are outlines, and Miss Thompson will be able to say more about this, they did involve some element of provisional master planning and layout because they were big schemes, giant schemes. Court Lodge was the biggest allocation in the plan, as you'll know. So it's not a blank piece of paper there that provides a context. There is some parameters that are approved as part of that development. There's section 106 is approved as part of that, and so on and so forth. And to a similar degree at Kings North Green. And whilst clarity doesn't fully arrive until you see reserve matters applications come in with layout in particular, to understand how it all actually fits together in practice, there are parameters within both of those large planning permissions which provide some context here. And I suppose from an officer perspective, in looking at an outline application for 28 units here, is there anything in this application which might prejudice or fetter in any way the ability to provide a sensible, joined up, master planned approach between those other two large developments? That is something which officers will have considered and have considered in their assessment of this proposal. And you can see their assessment in the report in front of you that it doesn't. And this scheme can also deliver additional Section 106 requirements off its own back to help to supplement some of those other Section 106 requirements that are coming forward from the other sites. The part that's more difficult is to understand exactly how this might be phased in relation to those other sites. I'm sure that's a question that members might have. I'm not sure officers can provide an answer. I don't know if Ms Thompson's got anything to add to what I've said.
Yes,
Please do if you can. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just wanted to add, just in terms of perhaps some clarity about how we've approached assessing planning applications in this whole area, given that they cover two different site allocations and also initially two large outline planning applications, but also then we have these other applications coming forward at the same time. So we never look at them in isolation. We're not just looking within that red line of the application that we're currently assessing. We're looking at in the wider picture about what is coming forward through the site allocations, but then also how the applications like this one will fit in with that and connect, to make sure that when everything gets developed, it's developed as a coherent whole and we don't end up with areas that aren't working. So, for example, the landscape scheme, the green infrastructure scheme, and this is part of the South Ashford Gardener community, so green infrastructure is really key. That all works in a way where when people live here in this new community, they don't actually, there's no sort of realisation on the ground that it is developments that have come forward in different phases. There'll probably be changes in sort of vernacular and architecture, but at the same time the green infrastructure will flow all the way through and there shouldn't be any sort of boundary noticeable on the ground. So that's the key thing in terms of assessing the applications that we want to achieve here. I have had a go at putting together an image to try and show sort of how this will work on the ground. Now, this isn't provided with any sort of high technical CAD or anything, so it might not come out well on the screen. But we'll see. So I've tried to superimpose Court Lodge, the framework plan for Court Lodge on the left hand side of the screen, and you can see the green areas where there's substantial amounts of green areas and green infrastructure that is proposed there, and then the developable areas, which are the orange areas, and you see in the dark orange there's a local centre, and in the yellow a proposed primary school, so there's infrastructure proposed there. And then on the right hand side of the screen is the framework plan for the Kings North Green development, showing again the green areas of green infrastructure, and then also in the sort of light tan colour where the development is proposed, and then in the middle, outlined in red, that is also identified as the application site, just showing how that fits within that context, and to see that it would really function as a small extension to the site allocation to the south of it in terms of its development, with the green infrastructure sort of flowing through as well and connecting to the green infrastructure that is proposed on the Kings North Green site and the Court Lodge site, so that the Court Lodge site green infrastructure sort of wraps around to the western side. So hopefully that will help a little bit. As I say, it may not in detail be completely accurate because it's trying to layer plans on top of each other, but I hope it gives an idea of how these sites are going to mesh together, and that we are looking at it in its sort of totality as opposed to just the individual red line sites.
Thank you very much, Ms Tomlinson. I think that is very, very helpful actually to give that context. So, Councillor Giles, coming to you next.
Thank you. That's two questions. One was about the South Ashford Garden community. Who heads this up? Is this? How would we find out about this? Is a question, because I know it's come up with the parish council. They've asked about it, but is it running? Who's the main point of call?
Well, I feel that any officer on this table that's able to answer that one.
Thank you, Chair.
That may be you, Mr. Cole.
It probably is, Chair, insofar as there's a straightforward answer to Councillor Giles's question. So, the South of Ashford Garden community is a term that's been used to effectively for the sites at Chilmington Green, Court Lodge, and Kings North Green. It was particularly coined a few years ago when Homes England were particularly, and indeed still are, engaged in this as a garden community area that they were supporting through grant funding to help bring forwards. Obviously, it's not to have a long debate today about Chilmington and its progress, otherwise we'd be here all night, Chairman. But the garden community is effectively those three sites considered. There's not an organisation that's called the South of Ashford Garden Community. It's a term used to refer to those three developments that are looked at in a grand master planned way. They came forward at different times the latter two through the 2019 local plan, the Chilmington area in the plan that preceded that, but certainly with an intention that they refer to one another, particularly in terms of their linkages and the infrastructure and services that they will provide, that clearly won't just provide for the residents who live specifically on those sites, but will live in that broader area to the south and southwest of the town. I think that's as good an answer as I'm able to give, Chair.
Thank you.
So
I think-
I'm sorry if that's not good.
No,
enough,
that sounds very informative actually. Yes, thank you. Does that answer?
Yeah,
your
that's
question,
one
Councillor
question.
Jones?
Thank you. The other one is, I suppose the issue I've got is Kent Highways Transportation raised no objection, commenting summary, and I know that KCC have made requests in terms of section 106, one of which being a secondary school, a SEND build. I'm assuming that's some sort of SEND provision unit they're requesting. I suppose my main issue is that in this area, particularly with Chilmington Green and obviously with Bridgefield and other places, some of these areas it isn't working. We know there's clearly some major issues still there. I think my main concern is that the pavements and the roads is not there. It's not in that capacity. I'm quite concerned for more planning to come ahead, and particularly like these types of things coming forward where it's not fit for use for the amount of capacity that need to access it. So my main question is, in terms of the SEND build, is it they want to have a new school built in the area? Is that what they're requesting with the section 106, as well as another extension to a secondary school?
Mr. Davies or Miss Tomlinson, can you answer those questions, please?
Chair, I can potentially help
Yes,
on,
Mr. Cole,
on that
please.
issue
Thank
whilst
you.
my colleagues are
Thank you.
just double checking. In terms of the SEND issue that Councillor Giles is referring to, I don't think they're seeking a build on this site. It would be too small a site probably, but they'd be looking for a contribution towards SEND provision, frankly, in the wider town would be their normal approach. That's the usual county council approach for section 106 contributions. It's more of a roof tax approach. Is that, I don't know if that's correct at the moment, and I will raise this for the committee's information. Table 1 at the moment does not include, as in the report I'm looking at anyway, provision for meeting that SEND requirement. So that might be an issue that the committee want to consider if they are looking to approve the application, whether that should be added to the list of contributions in table 1. That's something members can consider should they wish to. The other issue I wrote down was highways. Sorry, Councillor Giles, could you
Pavements and roads, in particular, the fact that you can't access, like say the new secondary school. There's a whole petition on about it, and yeah.
So again, similar answer, Chair. The county's requests for contributions are usually financial, and with a scheme that's more than 10 dwellings, that would normally trigger a range of, in this case, relatively small contributions because it's a relatively small site, but nevertheless contributions towards helping to provide those services in the general vicinity. Some are going to be more local than others. So it would be a financial contribution based on the scale of the development.
Thank you for that.
Just to come back on the SEND unit, there is a SEND school in my ward, which is adjacent to Councillor McGeever's. If KCC would like to support them, then that would be beneficial for everybody.
And it sounds like there's an opportunity to add a condition on this as well. So I think we'll come back to that in due course. Thank you, Councillor Giles. Councillor McGeever. Oh, sorry. Did you want to make an immediate point? But Councillor Harman.
I wanted to come back on the point made by the Head of Planning regarding the changing scheme of delegation. I think that although this is within the context of the South Garden community a relatively small number, it does pose significant material planning considerations because it is in the middle of all of the rest. So I'd like to ask whether it is possible for us to specify that if we were to approve the outline, that we could condition that the reserve matters comes back.
But that's I think he's coming back with an easy answer, and I don't think it'd be one you want. But Mr. Cole.
Chair, the short answer is no. What I don't know off the top of my head is whether the new regulations that will come into force in November this year will allow it to come back to members.
Or subject to that.
It still wouldn't be I don't believe it would be a
How
condition.
how do you do it then? How do you do it?
Oh, apologies. Oh, actually, I've got you listed. Actually, yeah. Sorry to return to you, Mr. Cole.
Chair, if the regulations don't permit it to come back to planning committee for a decision, then putting a condition on seeking it to come back to committee would be a pointless exercise, I'm afraid, is the way I can put it. I don't recall, I have to say, ever seeing a condition relating to process. That would not, I don't think, be an appropriate approach, but maybe Mr. Baker can provide chapter and verse on that.
I'm bringing in Mr. Baker to sort of outline the actual legal position on this.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to explain briefly, under the current constitution, of course, the Assistant Director and his officers have the ability to bring matters to the committee if they take the view that they raise matters of significant importance that the committee should determine. Unfortunately, that's not a matter that could be could be the subject of a planning condition, because it's about the internal determination methods used by this authority. So we couldn't impose a planning condition anyway. However, I have looked up the new regulations which have been passed through Parliament within the last 2 weeks, and I'm sorry to say that the elected members of Parliament have taken the view that this committee will only be able to consider in future applications for reserved matters on large outline planning application sites, and a large site is defined as 500 dwellings or more. So I'm awfully sorry that 28 falls rather short.
Right. Thank you for that that clarification. I've just to let members know, I've got Councillor McGeever, Councillor Gavin, Councillor Roden, and Councillor Ledger on my list at the moment. So if there's anybody else that I've not noticed the hand of, please do indicate if you want to speak after those. I call on those people. So Councillor McGeever is next.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. I do appreciate that. Although I'm not voting, I do consider that I've got the opinion from what I gather round about. I've got some collective information coming over here, and there's one or two good ideas floating about, and that is to reiterate Councillor Betty's idea that although we have this stitched network of, this patchwork quilt of bits and pieces. We've got 175 houses there, we've got 28 down there, we've got another 400 wherever they might be. I've got 320 outside my garden. We've got all of this, but we're now presented with an opportunity of suggesting, and I can't suggest, I can't make a motion, but Councillor Betty's idea of taking this as a master plan idea and carrying it forward and actually building on this as a sort of a concern, because we are now in the position where, as a committee, our powers are going to be denuded, right, shortly. So if what Jeremy says, the concept that we can only influence, big applications, 550, let's say, after a certain time period. Why not use this opportunity now to sort of weld together some sort of proposal within the time frame we've got to say, if there's any more like this, the 25s and the 32s and the 175s, and have this collective umbrella of a master plan before it's taken, that opportunity is taken away from us. I think that we should actually go with that and look at that as an opportunity we have tonight. And I don't know how that'll figure out with you guys, because I can't propose anything, but it's an idea that I would like to point out to committee members and officers alike, if we could maybe mull over that one. I don't know how you would feel about that. So
I've looked to clarity from you, Councillor McGeever, as to what you're proposing in relation to this current application, because we must be fair to all sides within this current application.
I can't propose because I'm not allowed to vote.
Right. Okay. Right. Okay.
So what?
But I'm not.
If you want me to propose, I will.
I'm not even. No.
I'll do my best, sir. I will do my best. Thank you.
What I'm seeking to understand from you, Councillor McGeever, is what you would propose if you were able to, because I'm not entirely clear how it relates to our judgment on this particular application.
Now, how it, given the information I've received this evening, has been a very useful conversation. But Councillor Betty's suggestion that we have this overall master plan application, pulling together all those stitched applications and then looking them in the round. And I think that would be my proposal, to accept this on the condition that in future we apply, we have some master plan umbrella going on for other applications such as this. Because I'm worried about the infrastructure quality that's going into this particular one. I know I'm repeating myself, but this particular application is going to be an iterative process for other applications by developers who, in my sense of the word, I think are banking land just now, and I can't see any profit in it for us. Thank you.
I completely understand and share your concerns about master planning and all the rest of it, but applying condition to this particular application, I think I'm sensing would be very difficult, if not impossible. So I just very quickly, I'm going to come to Mr. Cole to sort of outline, try and respond to that. Thank you.
Chair, thank you, and I'm conscious of the lateness of the hour as well, in trying to find a way forward here. I think my view, Chair, is that whilst I understand what Councillor McGeever is getting at, I don't think members can start linking this application, particularly to other undetermined applications yet to be considered. As I said at the start of this particular item, Chairman, and I'll reiterate it now, is whatever
you
members
used the word fetter, didn't you?
Exactly. Whatever members think about this application, it does not fetter a decision on a future application of whatever size that may come forward in front of members or the council and officers in the future. We have to consider this application on its merits in the context of what is currently committed in this area. There is 1,000 dwellings committed at Court Lodge. There are 550 dwellings committed at Kings North Green. Those sites have planning permission today, now. We don't know the full detail layout of those, but we know they have planning permission. Nothing else does. Okay, so we need to consider this application in the context of those two planning permissions and the broader umbrella of the local plan allocations, which, as you asked me to try and elucidate at the start, Chairman, is complex, but this site falls within one of those site allocations where development is, in principle, acceptable, but obviously subject to it meeting specific tests. Officers have considered those specific tests and regard this application as meeting those, and similarly not fettering the ability for those existing consents at Court Lodge and Kings North Green to come forward in the way that they are envisaged. And indeed, probably this site could not come forward unless Kings North Green does come forward in the way it's envisaged, because the access to it is off Ashford Road, which is permitted through the Kings North Green scheme.
Thank you.
I think that's about as clear as I can make it, Chair.
I think so. Right. Thank you for your contributions. Totally understand the drive of them. I hope that Mr. Cole's explanations of what we can and can't do with this particular application are sort of brought some kind of clarity. I can obviously come back to members, but I'm conscious that we've got members that have been waiting quite a long time to speak. Councillor Gavin.
Thank you. When I was going through the papers for this, I found an indicative site plan, which I'm too tired to find now. I can't find it in the main papers. I think it must have been in the other files online. That indicative site plan showed 36 houses, which I appreciate it's now been decreased to 28. So that indicative site plan will have changed. But my concern is around TRA 6, provision for cycling. We've got a sustainable location here. From when I was working it out today, you could cycle to Kings North Primary School in 6 minutes. You could cycle to the supermarket, Tesco's, in 7 minutes. And yet, when I looked at that indicative site plan, there was not a bike lane to be seen. There was provision for parking. There were parking spaces provided, but it was, to me, embedding car use right from the start in a location which actually, you know, we've just had this debate about HMOs in the town and whether people need a car or not, and suddenly we've got this development here where it seems like no consideration, not even a nod to providing for cyclists, and that really disappoints me. So I accept the indicative site plan has changed, but could we add a condition that says this will have cycle routes throughout it?
Thank you, Councillor Gavin. I totally understand and share your concern about flows of cycle traffic within the site and to other sites surrounding it. So within the context of what we have before us, which is an outline application, we understand that. What are the parameters in terms of the questions that Councillor Gavin is asking?
Thank you, Chair. So yes, it's an outline application, so with all matters reserved, so we can't actually, there's no sort of cycle provision to assess because we're just looking at the principle of development. However, we can bring that into discussions at reserved matter stage, and there is, you'll see on the parameters plan in the officer's report, an indicative connection to the neighbouring parcel. There's also the Court Lodge parcel, and also any development that might come forward to the north as well, and they would be pedestrian and cycle routes, in addition to the cycle routes and pedestrian routes that will be within the wider Kings North and Court Lodge development. So again, making sure that everything connects up and that there are those sustainable transport routes throughout the area to get to the places that people want to go to. But yes, at this point in time, it's not something that we can consider in this actual outline application.
Okay, understood. Yeah. Does that answer? I mean, obviously, it seems to be sitting in the reserved matters, which I kind of expected it would be. But
yeah, it will really disappoint me if in 2026 we have yet another development with not a single bike path.
Yeah, I'm entirely in agreement with you, Mr. Cole.
Chair, maybe I can help. I've noticed in the list of proposed conditions, there are two relating to cycle parking. Condition 17, I think if I'm interpreting right, it would be the seeking details of the provision of vehicle and cycle parking. So it's obviously cars as well as bicycles. And also condition 18 is vehicle, cycle and pedestrian connections. So it's highlighting, it'll be seeking information under both of those conditions relating to both cycle parking, as Councillor Gadden makes a perfectly fair point, and also where those connections will be both within the site, but actually, and I think probably your concern is equally, if not more, between this site and the wider sites in particular.
It's both.
Yeah, it would
It's
be both.
both.
Yeah.
It's no good having a bit of bike path here and a bit over there if they're not joined.
Yeah.
If you've got with new development, we have the opportunity to put the safe cycling routes in right from the get-go. And if we miss that opportunity, we're fools.
I mean, it seems that it's talked about in the conditions already, but is there a possibility to put an informative in that speaks to the kind of more sort of intense issues that Councillor Govern's talking about?
Absolutely, Chair. And I think there's a general point there, isn't there, about the relationship of the site to the wider area, so that those connections, not just within a site of 28 dwellings, which is a very small area in relative terms, but to the facilities, the green areas, all of the things that we would want to see, that this site would need to connect to satisfactorily to provide those links that Councillor Gadden is referring to, and which I'm sure members would generally agree are necessary and part of creating a sustainable development that isn't reliant upon the private car. So yes, I think those conditions provide the mechanism by which we can seek appropriate details to be provided, but whether, Chair, if members feel there needs to be an informative that emphasises perhaps the more general point that's been raised by members around the need, where necessary, for these issues to show connectivity to the wider area.
Yes.
Again, an informative to that effect might deal with some of the concerns that have been raised, just so the applicant is under no illusions that this can't be just, an isolated island of dwellings, which I think is, if I'm picking up members' concerns,
getting the sense in the room
that's
that would be desirable. So yes, I think we'll note that, and hopefully at the point when we make a determination, we agree
Chair,
or disagree.
Suitably worded informative along those lines, I'm sure is no problem.
Yeah, absolutely. Councillor Roden.
Thank you, Chair. We saw an earlier slide trying to pull together the sort of master plan in very much outline, and it was really very useful. However, I'm really felt that I'm being left feeling that we've got outline planning and reserve matters coming forward in a very ad hoc way. I appreciate that some of those are at different stages and it will continue like that, but it makes me feel as though we're very much in the hands of the developers, a point that was raised a few minutes ago in terms of when things happen, how they're going to happen, and who actually makes them happen. So the cycle routes are a very good example of that in actual fact. So my biggest concern is we don't want another Chilmington Green. And it sort of has a bit of a feel of that, really, with this enormous piece of land with lots and lots of houses coming together in somebody's planning it somewhere, yes. We're doing our best to fit it all together and to make it work and make the cycle routes all join together. But I still feel that the section 106s, if you're someone in the very early stages of the houses being built, you very much suffer because you really do not know what is going to happen. You get what you get when you buy the house and the promises are there, but you don't know very much beyond that. And it just feels as though there ought to be a better way of doing it. It makes me shudder. We're obviously not going to be here in a little while anyway, so I don't need to shudder too long. But we're not getting involved in anything unless it's over 500 houses. Well, but by the time the developers have cottoned on to all of that, it'll all be divided up into tiny little pockets. We'll have nothing to do and say about anything. So I'm feeling a wee bit disappointed.
Well, thank you for your contribution. I'm sure we all feel frustrated with various aspects of the planning system, and my sense is that we have to make the best of the legal structures and the procedural structures that we've got. So I sense, and I hope fellow members of the committee you agree that we do the best job we can as a committee within the framework that we have. But I'm reassured. I think Ms Tomlinson's answer about the sort of master planning element of it, and I feel reassured that officers are taking this very, very seriously, and they are doing everything they can within the system to accommodate that. And we are, of course, the reality is we are subject to when developers bring things into the system and the way the system is. So, but thank you very much for your contribution. Councillor Ledger.
Sorry, very briefly. I'm heartened by the officers coming up, as has already been said by other colleagues, about some sort of master planning, but we're all got our hands tied behind our backs here, which is extremely frustrating. But there is a high appetite, or big appetite locally, for residents and parishes to know what's going on here. And I would just put a marker down and saying, Councillor Giles already mentioned the garden community, and which is what I was going to raise. But there is an appetite for everybody to know what's going on, and for officers to feed that back. You know, it doesn't have to be a big public meeting, but there's 3 particular parishes that are concerned here with the garden community. So it would be really great if some of this could be shared on doesn't have to be every month or whatever it is, but a certain, just that feedback, because we all feel in the dark with what's going on, and we're kind of having this being picked off as little bits here and little bits there, and we, the access onto Ashford Road is key, and we don't want lots of little entrances and things. So on the back of that, I just wanted to ask, on page 241, there is the planning history item, or section 11 of that talks about a reserved matters application for approval of access, appearance, etc. For phase 1C Spine Road, which has already got outline permission. I just like clarification. Is that the Spine Road in this red line, or partly in this red line, or is this completely separate? It was fact that it was on the report. So I just really wanted to know if that's what we're looking at. So,
thank you for that question, Councillor Ledger. I'm sure in answer to your first part, or addressing the first part of your question, we do have the portfolio holder here, and we have the head of planning, and I'm sure that they're hearing the desire from a member, and probably members, in terms of the communication, the overall communication. So I'm sure they're taking that on board. So I will ask the officers about the question, page 241, phase 1C Spine Road.
Yes, regards to the reserve matters application for the phase 1C access, the current proposals will follow that general line in terms of the access from the Ashford Road. The phase 1C one also continues further to the west, to the west of the S3 courtyard site. So yes, that they are tied together in that respect.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Councillor Harman.
I'm assuming you don't have anyone else on your list.
I don't. I've just added you on, and you were the last person on my list at the moment.
Okay. We've had a very lengthy discussion. It's very clear that we have limited options. I'm very aware that we don't have a motion, hence I'm speaking. I'm glad to hear you make reference to our awareness of the need for clarification and communication outwards. I think that the officers have outlined, as colleagues have said, that they have outlined and reassured that they are thinking of this in the round. But I personally pledge that I think we will somehow find ways of making that very clear. and sharing with the parish council, because I think it's not always obvious outside of the council. I I therefore think that given that we will have very limited option, even more limited options going forward, and the informative that's been outlined, I therefore propose that we accept the officer's recommendation to grant outline. The road access being already part of the Kingsnorth Green application, and the access onto Ashford Road already being approved.
Thank you, Councillor Harman. Thank you. So I've noted that you are proposing to approve in line with the officer's recommendation to permit. Thank you very much. Any other further? Councillor Gavin.
I just want to second the motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gavin. Thank you. So I've noted that you've seconded the motion to approve in line with officer's recommendation. So we now have a motion. Are there any other members of the committee wishing to speak? Yeah.
Just briefly.
Yes, Councillor Blanford.
Chair.
Don't worry, I've got my eye on this, and I shall be moving a motion in a minute once we've concluded this.
We've had all these discussions 5 or 6 years ago, and they've been held up for Stodmarsh and COVID and so on. A lot of members have come onto the planning committees since those, and so it's understandable they didn't understand all the discussions that went on. We had a very nice Canadian planning officer working for Simon, who was very energetic in developing the South Ashford Garden community, and everyone is very conscious of the entire development across Chilmington and Court Lodge and so on, and they need to be integrated, and there's lots of problems with it, largely transport. So I think this is, if we do grant this application this evening, we are well aware that there's a lot of work still to be done before any further applications can be agreed, because we need to see the whole site as a whole and not as individual applications as we are this evening. So I'm prepared to support the application, but with a proviso that we revise all the work that was done 4 or 5 years ago, and update it and communicate it to people in the neighbourhood.
Thank you very much for your contribution, Councillor Bamford. I think that's very important. Any other members of the committee wishing to speak? Councillor McGeever is laughing at me. Yes, that's fine. Right. Okay. Well, we have a motion before us. I'll ask Mr. Baker to summarise where we are and any details that we need to talk about. Mr. Baker.
Thank you very much, Chairman. It's the officer's recommendation that's been moved, which is set out on pages 269 to 271. Is supplemented by 2 points that Mr. Davis advised in the update report, which amend items in the table 1. So those are taken as read and included. In addition to that, we have the proposal to add an additional informative moved by Councillor Harman and Councillor Gathen. That's part of the motion dealing with connectivity to the wider area and explaining that as a particularly important factor. So all members who wish planning permission to be granted on that basis.
Did you mention the send contribution condition that Councillor Giles talked about?
Well, Chairman, the send matter was raised, and you were advised by the Assistant Director on the possibility of requiring an additional contribution for send, but it's not in the papers as recommended by the officers. It hasn't been brought up as part of the motion. If you'd like to propose an amendment to the motion, Chairman, you're perfectly at liberty to do so.
I think Councillor Giles was prepared to move an amendment on that issue. So if Councillor Giles is still minded to move an amendment, and both proposer and seconder would like that to be added in.
So could we be clear, Chairman, what that amount is that is being asked for? It's the amount requested by Kent County Council for send provision. Although we don't have a figure before us, it is the figure that they've recommended, which you've seen?
No, so I asked about the said build, and I asked what does that mean, and it was replied that doesn't mean that an actual said school needs to be built, it just might be a contribution.
It's a contribution to building costs. Yes, I believe so.
Yeah.
Okay. Are the mover and seconder happy to include that as an additional item to table 1?
Councillor Harman? And Councillor Gavin? Yes. Right. We have agreement on that, so that's agreed.
Thank you, Chairman. That's 3 additional items in table 1, plus 1 additional informative. All members who would like planning permission to be granted, including all of those matters, please press plus when the voting opens. Members who do not wish planning permission granted, please press minus, and those not voting, please press X. Thank you.
We're just waiting for one final councillor of councillors. Thank you very much, members of the committee. We now have all 14 votes. So we have 10 in favour of approval, 1 against and 3 abstentions. So that motion to approve in line with the officer's recommendation is carried. The final thing I'm going to do is I am going to propose a motion which is permitted under the procedures of the committee. Given that the last item went through the 10:30 point in the evening. So to conclude, the motion is to conclude the meeting and defer outstanding items of business to the start of the next scheduled meeting of the committee. So I will propose that. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Harman seconding. And can I have a show of hands? I will do it by a show of hands. All those approving? Councillor Govan seems to be double approving, but I think that's a unanimous. Can you just keep your hands up?
It's not, Chairman, because there's at least one member not voting over there at the moment.
Okay, can I see hands now? Because stick your hands in there, please. Councillor Shelton. Well, I'll take that. Okay,
we have 12 votes in favour, Chairman.
12 votes in favour.
So that's clearly a majority in favour of
8 abstentions. I think Councillor Shelton seems to be able to go all night. You're abstaining, are you? Right. Okay. Thank you. And Councillor Better abstaining. Thank you very much, members of the committee, for your marathon efforts. Much appreciated. Safe journey to members of the public.